All right, it's live.
Right, I'm going to call to order the special board meeting via teleconference for the Woodford County Board of Education. Let the record show that all members are present. We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any communications tonight? Next item is proposed amendments to the agenda. I sent out something to the board member. We're not changing any agenda items. We're just putting them in different order.
Yes, I'd like to speak about that, please. I have two items actually regarding that. The first one is, I would like to again request that the item labeled XN Pausing the High School Project be placed ahead of the item XL, restricting $350,000 for 20 years for a total of $7 million. It is concerning that the board received an email from you late yesterday afternoon, the day before this meeting, stating that you had discussed the high school agenda items with Mr. Law, our architect, and that you then decided to change the order of the agenda so that we would have to vote on all high school matters prior to determining if the project should be paused. While I understand that changing the order of the agenda is legal, it is certainly not ethical or transparent and gives our community yet another reason to question our behavior. Just last week, Ms. Bradley sent an email stating that our actions at school board meetings was causing the public to lose respect for individuals and the collective board. It is not hard for the public to see that our actions this evening benefit the architect, not our students, not our staff, and not our community. Why would we allow the architect to make decisions about our agenda?
Okay, most of these items, the point was to get to a pausing point. Most of these items that I went through with him are done. They just need to be approved by the board, and we can vote not to approve them. But that would get us to the construction project point, which we talked about before, and so it's just a more logical order to get them together.
I disagree.
Of course, if anybody wants to vote no on them, they're free to do that.
Well, I do
and
disagree.
I think also that I really hope that we can get through this night without, we've got a big agenda, let's get through it without.
I absolutely
agree.
Yes, I agree we should get through it. But I do think it's important to note that pausing the project allows us to not expend funds. These are not small changes. We're talking about a $350,000 resolution will now be a $7 million expenditure. We're talking about pausing so that we have no further expenditures, whereas when we are unpaused, we still have expenditure in hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's not really a small item. What I'm saying is let's make reentry, and let's make our students our priority. We promised we would pause this high school back in June, May and June. And now here we are. Instead of pausing it, you're placing that after we vote on the items, after we expend the money. It's kind of like shutting the barn door after the horse is out. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And I absolutely think that our first loyalty should be fiscal responsibility to our students, our staff, our community, not, placing these items on the agenda. I don't know what it would benefit us to have these items voted on, and I do know that it would absolutely benefit the architect to have them voted on. I don't think it benefits us in any way. We said we would pause. I believe we need to honor that. The second item I had was just for public comment. I had asked it to be placed on as an action item.
I didn't see that. Did I miss that? Public comment as an action item.
I had emailed it to you. I actually asked in the last meeting, and then you asked for an email, so I emailed that to you.
I'm sorry.
By that Wednesday.
Well, let's. You can do that by motion. That was. I didn't see it. Grant, we're at a kind of a hybrid special amendment meeting. Can we change the agenda?
I emailed it to you. I actually asked in the last
You cannot add any new topics to the agenda.
Maybe we can put that on for next month then.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
If I missed that.
That's okay. I would like for us to go ahead and vote on my proposed amendment to the agenda. I would like to make a motion that we move the pausing the high school project ahead of the items where we expend the money for the high school project. Because I feel like a pause would be necessary before we make those additional expenditures, especially when you're considering the total amount, the financial cost of those expenditures. So I make a motion that we move pausing the high school project to ahead of item XL, restricting the 350 for the 20 years for a total of $7 million.
And I would just make clear that the architect will get no more money by revising this BG1. This by revising this resolution. This resolution is basically a technicality I explained last week that we got caught between what the bond attorney told us to do and KDE told us to do. As the majority of the board
Well, I disagree.
BG1 with this $350,000 as part of the funding.
And the $7 million resolution is different than a $350,000 resolution.
There's a motion on the floor that has not been seconded yet.
Does that not count as adding an item?
No,
Revising the agenda does not.
we're just revising the order. Ms. Springate has made a motion that we not put them in the order that I've suggested, but that we move. I find it. Item N to the top of all the high school.
Correct, so that we pause the high school project and allow us to focus on reentry and make that a priority, like we said we would.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. I'm going to go ahead since we're getting into this formality and again suggest that for my email, so item L would remain the same. Item O would become item M. Item P would become item N. Item Q would become item O. Item N would become item P. Item, where am I here?
To what end?
Item N. Me? The 4 items before whether to pause are basically cleanup things. I know Ms. Springate has a different opinion, and we've heard it now. But we approved a BG1 that included in its funding $350,000 general fund yearly. That was actually the original BG1 that we did in October of 2019. Because of the bond attorney, and we'll remember this confusion with him, they thought it was best practice to only do it for 1 year. So that's what we did. We did not change the funding on the BG1. We did not change it to only include $350,000 for 1 year. Then KDE kicked it back. So basically, it's just a technicality. So if we can get through the resolution, the 2 BG1s which are completed, the developmental designs, which all that's left is to be approved, then we'll be up to the construction phase and Michael jump in if you need to, and then we'll go from there. And they've told me that's a good place to pause.
And I do disagree. We had a meeting in less than 3 months ago, right before the fiscal year ended, and we had the option of restricting the $350,000 for more than 1 year. At that time, we restricted it for 1 year, the 1920 fiscal year, at our June the 24th meeting. That was the only restriction. We had the option of restricting it for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. At that point, we did not do that. We paused the project. We told the community at a community forum that we would be pausing this, that the financial decisions would be left to the future board. Yet here we sit, focusing time, energy, priority, and millions of dollars on the high school project yet again, which is why I asked them to be paused.
So let's be, well, I'm going to let Ms. Bradley finish her statement. Let's,
Mine was just that I misunderstood my question. I understood the intent of the items. My question was, what was your rationale for moving the agenda? Not why are we having different items on the agenda?
if we vote to pause, it just was logical, because there are things that are done that just need to be voted on. And then there's a vote to pause, because now we're at the construction phase. And then we need to decide an option and decide on an advisory committee. So if we pause, we're not going to do those two things. But there's no reason not to finish up what's done and send to Katie.
Well, there is a reason, because it's not done.
Mr. Hawkins wanted to say something.
Just wanted to clarify something this evening that you said. We've only approved 2 BG1s. One was in June of 2019, and the other one was in June of 2020.
Right.
There was no BG1 approved in October.
No, I'm sorry, what I meant was the original resolution for the 350. Okay.
So I wanted to clear that up. And there's never been a BG2 approved or a BG3 approved.
And that's what we'll be doing tonight if we
Right.
vote to do so. But this BG1 has been sent back as incomplete because of this issue with the resolution language. So this is a long discussion. This will take care of a lot of our discussion when we get to these items. So I move to arrange the agenda in the way that I sent out to the board. I'll make that motion. Where we do when we get to the high school, item 1 will be revised resolution restricting money. 2 will be approved design development drawings. 3 will be approved BG2. 4 will be approved BG3. 5 will be determine whether to pause the high school project. 6 will be select option for new high school project. And 7, determine advisory committee charge for new high school construction issues. That's my motion. Second. Any further discussion?
For the sake of clarity and for getting the meeting underway, I would say that we probably should just leave the agenda as it is so that we can do it through in an orderly way. I understand.
Okay, then if we get to the point where we're going to pause the project, do you agree with Ms. Springate that we're not going to address any of those other issues that fall under that?
That I just think for the sake of clarity. The only thing then I would say you should change is item N to the end or to the beginning. I just think otherwise it's going to be a mess.
Okay, so what happens then, we determined to pause the high school project. Is your suggestion then we don't look at any of the other agenda items? The resolution to to complete the BG1, we just leave it?
No, that's before item N.
Okay.
That motion I forgot.
Yeah.
All right. Have a motion to move it. Is there a second? To move it to my.
I second.
Ambrose second.
Okay. Ambrose, Sherry, you want to vote?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
I do vote no.
Oh, right. Okay. No.
I vote no.
Yes. Danny,
Also no.
Allison.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next we have superintendent's reports, superintendent remarks.
Thank you this evening. Good evening and welcome to our August Board of Education meeting. In just 2 days, we kick off the 2021 school year with our students. While it will be a different start than we've ever had, I know our staff will do their best to provide great opportunities for our kids. I do want to say a big thank you to every member of Team Woodford for their diligent efforts in preparing for this year. As we have stated a number of times, it's important that we all have patience and show grace to one another as we navigate uncharted waters. Our schools have been hosting back-to-school events over the past few days, and they will continue this evening and tomorrow as well. The creativity, whether the events have been virtual or in person, has been amazing. I can tell you as I visited these events, our kids have been so happy to be back in their schools and getting the opportunity to meet their teachers. Relationships matter, and not having students in person for such an extended period of time is really hard on our kids and the adults who work with them each day. This will be a start of school unlike any other. We will learn things as we go, but know one thing is certain. Our staff will be true to our theme. We are Woodford, changing lives for good. Thank you again for tuning in this evening. It's an honor to serve as your superintendent. I know with all of us working together, we can become the flagship school district.
Thank you. Recognition. Okay.
On the agenda.
Yeah, just fill in from before. Treasurer's report.
Presented that last week.
We presented that last week. Does anyone have any questions or motion to approve the treasurer's?
Second.
Any discussion? I just wanted to point out that the negative 992 in the building fund is not unusual. Is that correct for this time of year?
We have received our funding.
Right. So when we receive our funding, I think you sent out an email to all of us at 3.2. That will clear that up. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the financial report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. All right, opportunity for audience public comment. How many do we have?
For the first opportunity, there's just one. In regards to the high school, I think it was over 30.
Okay.
What did you say?
I think there's 30 for the high school. Okay. Let's just do that one right now.
Okay, this one is from Bailey Fouts. To the members of the Board of Education, the potential loss of a fall season is one of my greatest concerns throughout this whole pandemic, following the loss of my spring season. My goal is not just for a specific sport or team or age, but for all student athletes. Our future of the season is in your hands. This evening, student athletes need some normality to arise and form during this time. I'm going to be a freshman at the high school this coming year. I've played on the WCHS women's soccer team for 2 years, this being my third. Soccer has had a huge impact on my life since I was 3. It offers an outlet from the world, teaches life lessons, and creates a team. It is important that all fall sports have a fall season. We, as the students, are all starting virtually, whether it was our choice or not. Many students are waiting to go back to school and see their friends. Sports offers an outlet from this difficult time. The WCHS women's soccer team has been practicing since June. I know from personal experience that the coaches have opened up an opportunity to better our sport, prepare for a hopeful season, but most importantly, to provide the sport. I'm not just talking about soccer. My younger brother, who's a 4th grader, is playing youth football in Woodford. He is wishing for a season. I've watched how the game helps him relieve stress and have fun. All sports provided in Woodford County give students a chance to escape. Students need their sports to keep them healthy, but also to give them some normalcy in their lives. When thinking about how to cast your vote tonight, please consider my letter. Please consider how your decision will affect all student athletes. Thank you for taking the time to read my letter. I hope you vote for a fall season for everyone. Sincerely, Bailey Phelps.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Consent agenda. Does anybody want anything removed from the consent agenda? We have a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Wilson and a second by Ms. Springate. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay. The consent agenda is accepted 5-0. Now we move to our regular agenda, accept notification of personnel matters.
Second.
There's a motion by Ms. Springate, a second by Mr. Wilson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Accept notification of payment of bills.
So moved.
There's a motion by Mr. Wilson, a second by Ms. Springate. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Approved meeting minutes of July 6, 2020, July 7, 2020, July 14, 2020, July 20, 2020. Board meetings. All persons were in attendance.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Wilson, a second by Ms. Springate. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passes 5-0. Item D, approved meeting minutes of the July 27th, 2020 board meeting. Ms. Richardson was absent.
So moved.
Have a motion by Mr. Wilson, a second by Ms. Springate. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, approve ETC rate increase proposal. Mr. Hawkins explained this to us last week.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Wilson, a second by Ms. Springate. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Just
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would note, just going back to Mr. Hawkins' recommendation last year, that this was because of the restrictions on gatherings of people, that we had to increase it. It wasn't just a choice on the school's part. It was to accommodate fewer numbers of kids in one area. Just so anyone watching this
Follow
week,
daycare.
Yeah.
Guidelines and restrictions of 10 per adult.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item F, approved WCMS therapy dog proposal.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Wilson, a second by Ms. Springate. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item G, discuss tax assessment and tax rate reports from the Kentucky Department of Education and potentially take action to schedule a tax hearing and to authorize the placing of an advertisement in the Woodford Sun to give the required legal notice of the hearing for 2 consecutive weeks preceding the tax hearing.
Okay, you should have received a PowerPoint here on your desk. We also, this is linked on the website, so if anybody is tuning in, they can access it there. Obviously, we are required by law to advertise in our local newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks with the potential tax rate that would be considered by the Board of Education. What I have included in this, it can be adjusted depending on which rate is selected, but this is just a sample ad if the 4% rate were to be the one selected, where we have to indicate what the rate would be, the amount of money that it would generate, and what the collections would be intended to be used for. Now, I do think it's important to note in the ad, this does assume a 100% collection rate, which is probably not possible, but we are required to list the amount that could be generated by that. And then it also doesn't take into account or show any potential losses that we might see through state funding. So, but this is the language that KDE provides. We basically plug in our numbers. So this is just a sample. But again, we will use this language depending on what rate the board decides to advertise for. What I have included as well are the what revenue would be generated based on each of the potential rates. The first is the rate that would generate 4% more revenue. And what you will see there on that first page is this is actually what we collected last year. based on the rate that was established. So those are actual numbers from our financial report, what we collected in property taxes, distilled spirits, motor vehicle franchise tax for a total. What you see on the right-hand side is the amount that we are projected to receive if the 4% rate is levied. And this is based on a 98% collection rate. And again, that is pretty much what we have.
History.
But again, there's not a guarantee this year, but we did use what we have done historically. So you can see what we would generate from a property tax standpoint. We did estimate quite a bit higher this year on distilled spirits. It's only slightly less than what the projected amount was, or the estimated amount was, I think $122,000 under what the estimate is. Estimated what we would collect in motor vehicles and franchise tax. So you can see that our projection, we anticipate generating a little over $829,000 in new revenue. We do have to subtract out some costs or some losses. Of that new revenue, $18,541 would go to the sheriff for their collection rate, or collection fee. Because our assessments did increase, we are set to lose about $300,000 in state revenue. Also, with the unknowns on the state budget, and I have checked around with other school districts as well as had a conversation with the Kentucky Department of Education. And this was also consistent with what we did with our May tentative budget, is that we are budgeting for a potential 4% cut in seat at some point in time during the year. That would be an additional $380,000. So you can see that with the 4% rate, based on our budgeting right now, we would generate about $130,573 of new revenue. So I'll stop. Take any questions on that?
Yeah, I have a question about the notice. So I know we went round and round on this last year. If we put the notice in for the 4%, we can always go less.
Correct.
Okay,
4%
so
gives
that's the
you,
notice.
gives you the option of any of the tax rates.
It's just not higher, obviously, but,
Correct.
okay. So I would suggest we definitely do that. That gives us the most flexibility and to go lower.
Would you like me to go through the other options?
Sure.
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
What was the rate of increase on the distilled spirits last year?
I know that the estimated amount was $853,000, and we collected $999,000. That was the estimate from KDE initially.
And we had projected 650.
Correct.
Okay. And then the percentage of increase that we allowed for this year?
Their estimate was $1,122,000, and we are budgeting $1 million. Estimating $1 million. So we are much, much closer to the estimate this year than we were last year.
Okay. So tell me that second number again. 1,000,001.
And I think it was $1,122,000, I believe is right, and some change. And we are budgeting or estimating $1 million. So again, very, very much closer to that estimate than we did last year.
Okay. And the 4% C, you said you've spoken to other districts that that's what they're allowing, and then KDE offered that as guidance to superintendents.
I said, this is what we budgeted in our tentative budget. Do you think this is a realistic number to utilize? And they said yes.
Okay.
Other districts are anywhere from 3 to 5%.
Okay.
And again, Amy, when we put together the May budget, we based this on the 4% reduction is what we budgeted and what happened the last time we had a recession. So we are following historical numbers with that.
But the Department of Education suggested to you it would be appropriate to plan on a 4% seat reduction.
They said that was very appropriate, yes. And I think it would be very wise to plan on that. If it doesn't happen, that's great. But if it does, we are prepared for it because it won't happen until after January.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood your assumptions.
Right. All right, so if we look at keeping the tax rate flat, again, the numbers on the left-hand side do not change. That is what we actually collected last year. You can see then the difference on the right-hand side, and again, this assumes the 98% collection rate. What that would generate in general fund revenue would be about $669,304. The sheriff fees would be a little less because, again, you're not collecting as much. So that's a little less. Again, the seat decrease is the same regardless. So about $300,000, and again, the projected reduction in seat as well. So you can see with the flat rate, basically it's a wash. We would lose about $26,000. And then if we look at the compensating rate, again, the numbers on the left-hand side are identical because that is what we collected. The 2021 numbers, you can see quite a bit lower in terms of the amount we would generate. You can see that the total projected new revenue would be about $89,000. And again, that's very consistent because the compensating rate is designed for a district to generate basically the same amount of revenue. And so this one does that. The only exception would be you're going to get a little increase because of some new properties. So that basically is just a very, very slight increase, which is exactly what that rate does. However, again, you still have sheriff fees quite a bit lower. You still have the seat reduction as well as the projected reduction of 4% of seat. So we would lose about just a little less than $595,000 for the compensating rate.
And Mr. Hawkins, I know this is something that we've talked about a lot, but could you explain to people that are watching how the seat adjustment works?
The seat formula is meant as an equalizer. And it was a formula established when the Kentucky Education Reform Act was passed in 1990. And basically, the seat is very much tied to your local assessments. And so as districts, if their local assessments go up to equalize you from the state, you're going to get less state dollars. If our assessments were to go down, we would get an increase in seat typically. And so again, it is meant to, because it is a funding formula that is meant to be to create equity for school districts. The more you generate locally, the less you're going to get from the state.
Okay. And
I make a motion that we place an advertisement for the flat rate.
And just so we're clear, with the flat rate, we would lose $25,000 or $26,000.
Well, yeah, it looks like we would lose that or possibly even break even depending on how the distilled spirits tax comes in. If it comes in a little bit higher, then possibly break even. Yeah, I think that when we voted on the tentative budget, this was the rate that we adopted and recommended, and so this is what we budgeted on. And again, I just think it's fair. We're in the pandemic, economic crisis. You know, people are out of pocket for childcare. They're out of pocket for supplies, for internet, for utilities, for food. You know, people are suffering right now. Our unemployment rate in Woodford County was, I think, 3% before COVID, and now it's over 12%. So yeah, that would be my recommendation.
So let's just be clear, because I guess I thought this was just a little different when we first got it. the current rate is 69.3. I thought it was going to go to 69.5, but it's actually would go to 69.8 for the 4%.
That's
Okay.
right. Because you do include the exonerations.
Okay.
It's a 0.3 exonerations this time.
Okay, so then it's 0.5.
Which again,
So it's
I
half
think
a
that
cent.
speaks a little bit to, I think that's anticipating potentially a little lower collections.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to put in an ad at the flat rate. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would like to discuss if you would adopt this motion, you would eliminate one of your options at the public hearing. If you adopt this motion, you would only be able to accept the flat rate or the compensating rate. Just wanted to clarify that.
And then I would just point out that this does still give us an increase of almost $670,000. Our assessments are up, so people's tax bills are likely going to go up, a lot of people's. And people's tax bills are also going to be going up because of the new 911 tax, which absolutely is necessary. But again, that has an effect on people's tax bills and on their budgeting and their financial well-being right now. So I feel like, we were able to make do and would have not been any deficit spending last year if you reinstate the $350,000 for the BG1. So if that money that we set aside and saved for the new partial high school was put back into the budget, then we wouldn't have ended the year on deficit spending at all. So to me, that says that we kind of can make do. And then, of course, the other thing is we're passing along a lot of the costs and asking parents to do this virtual education. So to me, it's just the fair thing to do to keep the rate flat.
And in doing that, Ms. Springy, I assume that since we know that there's a chance that we'll lose as little as $26,000, but it could be more if the SEEK adjustment is higher, you're acknowledging that things like staff raises will not be possible because we won't be having any increased income.
Well, I would just say if you turn back to the very first sheet that says 4% tax rate, when you look at that, you would have to also acknowledge staff raises are not in the budget.
Actually,
With
if
this.
there was a raise of $130,000, we could do some staff raises. We know that the cost for doing it across the board is $220,000 to $250,000, but the $130,000 would allow, of course, partial staff raises.
No, just right.
350.
We would be expending $350,000.
Looking at these two issues apart.
I know, but I'm just saying, though, I don't know that you can separate them. If it's going to be a consideration on the 350, it would be impossible to do a staff raise.
Okay. And then looking at the flat rate,
Even worse.
yeah,
Absolutely.
what is your recommendation on this?
This is one where I can say a school district can always utilize more money. There's never a time. Mr. Wilson, I think you've acknowledged that. But I think at this point, I think you all have to listen to your constituents and determine what you think is best. And I recommended in May a flat rate because I felt like our community was struggling. But again, I think you all have to find out what your constituents would want and because it's a balancing act. We need additional dollars. Many in our community are struggling. And I think as elected officials, you all have to balance that. And I think you do that by finding out what would be best for your constituents.
And to that end, Mr. Hawkins, if we advertise just the one rate, or the two possible rates and remove the 4%, if our constituents did say, hey, education is a priority in our community and we are okay with that, we've removed that option. So for tonight's vote, which is not a vote to set the tax, this is just a vote to advertise. And as Ms. Evelyn said, we can advertise for the 4%, leaving all three options on the table so that our constituents have time to reach out to us to discuss this, to show what their thoughts are. We're not obligating ourselves to a tax rate.
Right. Well, I would hope that your constituents have reached out to you since May, because we did that as part of a budget in June, May and into June.
Well, I think
where we
there's,
had established a flat tax rate. I would hope that people would have said, yes, that's what we want, or no, we need the 4%, because at least I would assume that folks would have reached out to you after that vote, whether they supported it or whether they didn't.
I think that advertising it in the newspaper elicits feedback from constituents that don't watch our
Right.
videos as well.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
I just have a little more discussion. And I would say that I feel like in setting the flat tax rate, we would be signaling to our constituents that we understand we're in a pandemic. We understand it's an economic crisis. We understand that, folks are suffering financially. We understand that we have been providing virtual education and asking them to put in a lot more time-wise and dollar-wise from their pockets, and understanding that this flat rate still increases our revenue, our general fund, by $670,000. And again, if we remove the extra expenditures of the BG1 and the funds we're spending for the partial high school, we break even. So it's about priorities at this point. And I would also say that our constituents have been reaching out, and they've been loud and clear, at least to me, about a lot of things, and this tax is really one of them. So I've made a motion that we approve the flat tax rate for the advertisement.
And there's a good point, and I will say that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Al, please. Do you have more discussion? Go ahead.
What was your answer to Ms. Bradley's question on this motion? What is your recommendation?
I think the board has to make that determination, Mr. Wilson, in terms of what you believe we need to do for this community. I made a recommendation in June, about keeping the rate flat, and that was approved.
Okay. That's all you have to say. It's your recommendation on this motion to keep the rate flat.
Again, I'll go back to what Ms. Bradley said. This is not setting a tax rate. This is doing an advertisement.
All right. We have, Mr. Wilson, we have a motion and a second on the floor to set the notice at a flat tax rate. Mr. Wilson, what do you vote?
No.
Ms. Richardson? Ms. Bradley?
No.
I vote, chair votes no. So we will not set a flat rate notice. All right. Okay, I'm sorry. Miss-
sorry, no, it was not yes.
Right, so Ms. Ringay and Ms. Richardson voted yes to set a flat tax rate notice, and then the rest of us voted no.
Ms. Edelman, I move that we advertise the 4% tax rate as defined in the sample ad, giving the board all three options going forward to the tax hearing.
So, okay, we have a motion and a second by Mr. Wilson. Did I hear that?
Yes.
All right, any discussion
I think we probably said
that we haven't already discussed?
Yeah, just one final
no.
thing. So just one final thing. I think it's really hard for us to justify taking or considering to take this 4% rate when we have probably $800,000 to $1 million setting aside for this partial high school project. And we're asking the public now for more tax dollars. I just want to be really clear about that issue.
And trying to be clear as well, the partial high school designation has been debunked thoroughly in our meetings.
Okay.
And
We're not, what we
Okay,
have
we're
on
not gonna
tonight
go-
is not
we're
going to
not
be for
gonna
a full
go
high school,
on.
but that'll come later on the agenda, and we'll be
Okay.
able to ask that question.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to, yes, sir.
Point of clarification. This is not establishing a tax rate.
It is not
This
establishing
is
a
establishing the wording of the advertisement to keep all options available to the board at the public
Exactly.
Now, is part of the motion to approve the wording and the September 10th, 2020 at 6? I think that would be appropriate to, if you would like to do that, Ms. Bradley, and establish that.
September 10th, is that the first day we could do it after the notice? That way you could do, okay, because it has to
The
be,
Woodford Sun can take it, we can get it to them tomorrow morning.
so it would be in there on the 27th and the 3rd, and then we'd have to wait so long after the last.
You have to do it between 7 and 10 days after the
Okay.
second notice, and I don't think it would be prudent to have a board meeting on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Sure, I
So
agree.
that
So
Thursday
I think
would have to be-
September 10th would be our date for sure.
Is that
Okay,
part of your motion, Ms. Bradley?
because that is in the note, if we're going to adopt this, is the September date in here, am I missing?
Yes,
It's
it's in the
there.
first
Okay.
paragraph.
So we're moving to adopt this as is, right? With
The resolution?
Same with that.
That's fine.
Yes.
The
Okay.
September 10th is fine.
And September 10th is that's just the hearing, correct?
Yes.
The hearing and the vote.
The hearing and the vote, yes. Yeah, the hearing is usually half an hour, so we'll set the time and then have the vote. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to use the sample ad to advertise a 4% tax increase, revenue tax increase, and set the hearing and vote on September 10th at 6 p.m. at the high school. All right, all in favor, Sherry?
It's confusing if you're calling roll or if
Okay,
doing it either.
okay,
We've done it both ways. I think that's why
I'm sorry.
twice she's been.
We're ready to vote,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Correct. Sherry, you want to use the sample ad? Yes or no? That's the motion. That's for the 4%, setting the time for September 10th.
So I voted against using the sample ad, but if you're asking if the September 10th hearing is fine.
But you don't, okay.
I don't know that you asked the question.
Yeah.
Where it could
I'll
be.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ask the questions.
Because the September 10th would be no matter what
The hearing.
ad was done.
Right,
So
okay,
it's whether she's in favor of
the 4%.
being in the ad.
The wording, correct? The wording of, okay.
I'm sorry, they brought up that the date was also in the ad, so we got that. So, the motion is, do we want to place an ad for a 4% tax rate, for a tax rate that raises 4% in revenue? Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Mrs. Richardson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. All right, and then we all agree that that date would be September 10th.
I think we need
At
to put
6
the time in there.
You said 6 o'clock here at the high school. And we'll have to decide how we're gonna do the public hearing. All right. Item H, re-entry, return to in-person instruction. I put this on there, I think we, kind of a standing agenda item. We talked last week about the fact that the governor had suggested that there be no in-person instruction until September 28th. Mr. Hawkins had recommended that we stick to our current plan, waiting until September 8th to reevaluate with possible in-person date of September 14th. So we decided that we would have a board vote on that this week so that the board could decide. So let's start with that question. I think we did talk about this last week. Does anybody have a motion to get the discussion going?
I'm sorry, Ms. Elena, my hope was that on this agenda item, the re-entry, this would be including like Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Asher's update on anything that's changed since last week. It was my understanding that would be a standing agenda item, a re-entry update.
So you want to talk about that before we vote on the back to school day?
Well, I thought we had decided in the last meeting that we would vote on that on the meeting on 9/8. On 9/8 would be when we would discuss that, and tonight was just for an update, like Ms. Bradley said.
No, No, I think we did, when we heard that he did not want to go to September 28th, this is a meeting, this is a vote on whether we want to follow the governor's recommendation. That was the decision. Return to in-person instruction.
Well,
So can we do the reentry update? And then,
I didn't recognize that we were going to be doing that. I thought we were simply voting on either following our current plan or not coming back until September the 28th.
okay, so I make a motion that we follow the superintendent and task force and former board guidance and have a meeting and a vote on September the 8th to decide about the date of a reentry, in-person reentry.
I would, this is kind of difficult. Grant, maybe you can help us here. Can we discuss the information provided by your office today, or do we need to vote in some way to be able to discuss that?
I would view the letter that I sent today to be attorney-client privilege, but the board certainly by majority vote can waive that privilege to discuss that publicly.
You're really loud. I'm sorry.
I think you have to keep in mind, you're not setting a reentry date. You are establishing either we are going to look at information on September the 8th and make a determination then on when we can return to school, or we're going to set it at September 28th. So it's not about anything from a liability standpoint other than on September the 8th, we're going to review information from other school districts and from our own local data to see if we believe it would be good to come back to school on September the 14th.
So our current plan in place is what you just described.
That is correct.
So I think that instead of having a motion to do that, since we're already doing that, that's where we are, it would be something to change it. Because if we don't change it, it's...
Or we could vote to stick with what we're currently doing, and honestly, I thought after the discussion last week, that's what we were going to be doing. It just seems prudent to not make the decision weeks or months in advance when the pandemic is just ever changing daily. So it seems prudent just to keep that date. We've told parents and students that we would be doing it on that day. It just makes sense to kind of stick with what we said, to kind of follow a plan. And then on that date, it's not saying we're going to go back. It's not saying we're not going to go back. It's just saying that's the date we set to look at it. So let's just keep that date and look at it.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion to keep in place what we already
So what are
have.
we changing? We're not changing anything, correct?
Well, if we vote, I think,
Why are we voting if we're not changing?
I know, that's what I'm thinking.
Well,
I
because Ms.
think,
Edelin wants to change it and wants us to do something different. And I'm just saying, let's leave it the way it is.
okay. If you would just, it is the way it is until we change it. That was my only logic.
So the only reason we need to vote is if we're gonna change it.
Right, exactly, and that would be the motion. So, we can vote to keep it the same, or we can vote to change it, and if that vote loses, we've kept it the same. So it's just, we have a motion to keep it the same. Is there a second?
Let me be clear. We keep it the same as it is right now. Second this motion. On September 8th, we will meet and discuss all the new information and decide at that point whether we start back September 14th or September 28th.
You could pick September 21st.
Okay.
I mean, the 14th would be the earliest we could start back, but I think at that point, the board could say, this is going to be our reentry date.
Right. But to make it clear to the public before we get slammed tomorrow, we cannot decide tonight to start back next week. Correct? Because that's, we cannot decide any earlier than September 8th at this point. Is that correct?
You could if you took that action.
Okay.
This action is not recommending that. It is simply saying, let's revisit this. And I think when we first determined that we would go virtual, we said that was about a month out. because I think that vote was either on August 6th or 7th. And so that was a month away where we would evaluate the data. And then subsequently, we found out that other school districts were returning. And so we said that's just more information that we would have to review on September the 8th.
I'm sorry. And is Ms. Prather, I know we said that she was gonna try to be available virtually. Is she available tonight?
I didn't know that.
She told me that, but I think she didn't.
Here is what I inferred from the email that I got from her.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear Ms. What did you say?
I said I did not think she would be available tonight. So
Yeah, I thought she might try, but
And did she have any thoughts on this?
she didn't see any harm in staying with what's, again, looking at the information again on September the 8th.
And you think that that's the best thing for our teachers and staff to be able to plan?
You know, I think what's best for our teachers and staff and our students is for our kids to be back in school. And I heard that loud and clear. And so I think our folks will make it happen.
Madam Chairperson, there's no second to the motion.
is there a second to this motion? Have a lot of discussion. All right, motion.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
I would move that we follow the governor's recommendation.
Okay, well, let's say that this motion has died for lack of a second.
I thought you had said
But
that.
now let's get into it. Go ahead.
I would move that we adopt the governor's recommendation and maintain all classes virtually until September the 28th.
I'll second that. Any further discussion?
I'd like the superintendent's recommendation on that motion, please.
I gave you my recommendation. And
You have
that is
never
to,
given-
that is to reevaluate. I said it last week and I'll say it again.
What is your
It's to reevaluate on September the 8th.
What is your recommendation on this motion, to follow the governor's recommendation or not?
It is to reevaluate on September the 8th.
I think Mr.
If
Wilson's.
that means we start on September the 8th based on the information then we start on September the 28th. I think that is too long to go without looking at data in between. That's all I'm saying. Our kids right now are suffering. And the longer that we go, the more they suffer. And so for us to not take an opportunity to look at information before then to see if it's any better. What if our numbers are really great on September the 8th and we've missed an opportunity to have 3 weeks in person with our kids? I just think we need to look at that point in time.
So you refuse to give your opinion on this motion?
I would not recommend that.
Thank you.
And then just as further discussion, I guess I would just say, I don't understand what the harm is in keeping our current plan. The local health department officials were going to be here to present on that night. Mr. Hawkins and the task force was going to present on that night. We've heard from, countless parents and staff. I don't know what the harm is in looking at our data instead of saying, let's wait until January to evaluate, or let's wait until the end of September to evaluate, or let's wait until next year to evaluate. To say, we've said we'll look at this on September the 8th. Why wouldn't we? We can still choose not to start in person. We could choose to start in person. But to wait and to lose all of those weeks, again, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So.
I think one of the things that we've discussed on this and that all of us understand is the advantage to making the decision is allowing parents to plan for childcare. And I know that there will be parents that would rather have a chance reevaluating that. But there will also be parents that would rather know now if that's the board's plan, is to follow the governor's recommendation.
Well, and I do think that the recommendations, change. It's not a mandate. It's not an executive order. And I think it's important if we follow one of the recommendations that we follow all of the governor's recommendations, that we're consistent. I think that we owe it to the public to be consistent. Again, I don't understand the harm in looking at our local data. The governor has said, experts have said, look at your local data. You know, this is a local decision. We want you to look at your data and make a decision, you know, that best reflects the needs of your community. And again, we're not saying that you have to go all virtual or you have to go all in person. All we're saying is we offered a choice and we want to honor that choice as long as it's safe and we can put the procedures and the protocols in place to do a safe reentry. So.
Okay. The only thing I would say is I do you think if we get to September 8th and the governor is still saying September 28th that we would not do that? I guess.
I think the governor's been pretty clear that his recommendation is no in-person instruction until September 20th.
Right. And
There's
I know
not
there
much
was some
equivocation
talk
about
and
that.
what some people said, well, he might change that, and at that point we can change it. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to adopt the governor's recommendation to start in-person school on September 28th, not before September 28th. Let's vote. Mrs. Springate?
Before we vote, does the student have anything to say?
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't know, the church I'm in. I obviously am going to be a senior this year, and, you know, I've talked to a lot of my friends. I know students want to go back to school. I'm definitely a people person. I need to have my teachers to talk to. I need to have my friends that I see at school. Extracurricular activities, all of that stuff is something that we as students enjoy and love. You know, school, in my opinion, isn't just about, you know, it's about being together and, you know, being with your teachers, being with your friends. And I think looking at the information, September 8th wouldn't be a bad thing. It's, again, kind of like Mr. Hawkins and Ms. Springate was saying, it's not, you know, a decision that has to be made, just, you know, something that we can look at to see if our students are going to be able to, you know, go to school in person, because ultimately that's the goal, the end goal. We want to go back to school. So.
Did you ever think you were going to be trying so hard to go to school?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's crazy how last year, you know, you begged for snow days, and now it's like, let's please go to school.
All right, thank you.
Nay.
No. Ms. Bradley?
Yes.
Ms. Richardson? No.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. So we will return to school on September 28th. All right, now, the re-entry, were there any questions, or Mr. Hawkins, do you want to? I know there's a lot of activity with counselors and teachers, and those are probably the ones answering the questions the best.
I did not anticipate that this evening, so if
Okay.
you have questions, feel free to send those to us.
I would just say one thing. I do think that I know people are working overly hard to make everything equitable for our students, and you know, a lot of those are site-based, school-based decisions. But as a board, everybody up here, you know, we do have a responsibility that everybody's getting the same education, getting an equitable education, and I know our staff are bending over backwards to be flexible to provide that. So appreciate that so much. All right. Next thing is maintain fall break. Springate, was this something that you wanted on there because you felt like the governor recommended that as well?
Yes. I think this is something the governor had recommended. I know the calendar committee had,
Easy.
There,
He's in a class.
she can't see you. She was looking for you.
did you have anything you wanted to let us know about the fall break and the calendar committee?
I did survey the calendar committee members. It was somewhat mixed. Obviously, we would like more time to be able to give more input, but we had a few days to kind of collect some thoughts. It seemed to be the parents on the committee were more for eliminating fall break. The staff was a little more mixed. I would say leaning towards keeping fall break, but not as unanimous as the parents on the committee as eliminating fall break. So kind of mixed results from the committee.
How many people do you have on, how many staff do you have on that committee?
Could you come up so they can hear you too, Garrett?
I'm sorry.
Would you care to come to the microphone just so the public can hear too? I know it's tough for them to hear when you guys talk.
I don't know if I can give you the exact number on the committee. It's,
Right.
It's between 10 and 15.
And then how many parents on the committee?
3 parents.
3 parents, okay.
And you said, I think in your recap, on high school staff, it was kind of 60-40 in favor of keeping it.
Yeah.
Is that, go ahead.
We had a high school staff member who was on the committee. They did a formal survey of their staff, and it was about 60-40 to keep fall break.
And what were some of their thought processes on the advantages of keeping it versus not having it?
Yeah, just some of the things you would expect. Continuity as far as the support of keeping it. The perception that many people may have had plans months ago may not have those plans anymore. So it may not be as big of a concern with canceling it. Some of the reasons for keeping it, I think our middle school represented some of that pretty well, is that our teachers will have been going since August 12th at that point. And when we think back to the spring, kind of when we went all virtual, they were ready for spring break. And so when you think about our staff being back August 12th, by the time October gets here, the thought is that they would be ready to kind of take a little break. So again, there's a lot of varying things on fall break. Those are some of the common themes.
What are your thoughts in your capacity? You've done a lot with the calendar committee. And
my thoughts are, you know, tough decision.
It would have been easier if it had been all one way, but it was very split.
We knew it was going to be that way.
Yeah.
It's going to be complicated. Some people are still going to travel, and so if we eliminate it, we'll want to work with those families. We'll want to work with those staff.
how will we do that? How will we do that for our staff that may already have travel arrangements that aren't refundable? And
yeah, it's going to depend. We've gotten really good at. We've gotten better at telecommuting. So depending on the role of that staff member in the district, they could potentially do their same job from afar. For other roles, that could be very difficult.
so I guess I would ask, for our teachers, if they have plans to go hike in Wyoming, where they're not at risk, for being around great concentrations of people, would we be able to work with them on flexibility of their hours that they would need to be available online, or would it stay the same and they would have to do that during the day at set times? How would that work?
We'll just have to look at each one as an individual situation.
Obviously, if you're a virtual teacher from the virtual academy, that's going to be easier. You can do that in a variety of places. If
We
you're
don't want to see that on
teacher,
the
and you are in person with that,
We're back.
it's going to be a problem.
And how can you update us on the hours as far as instructional hours required and whether or not we need those hours from fall break?
Well, we would not need the hours as the calendar is set currently. We would meet the requirements on our scheduled last day of school because we only are meeting instructional hour requirements this year because of the very calendar that was approved.
And I do think Mr. Hawkins, his point about spring break last year when we discussed that, I remember you sending an email to all of us saying, that the teachers have, in many circumstances, spent more hours doing virtual instruction than they normally would and that they needed.
I don't really think that's a very applicable comparison.
You think it's different this
Yeah,
year?
I mean, we were only 2 weeks in, where we had been closed for 2 weeks before our spring break hit. I think this is almost the opposite in that you will have hopefully been in school for a week. And then all of a sudden, we're closing down again. So I think this is very different. I'm not disputing that the virtual work is still hard,
Sure, no.
whatever they have to do, and a break would be nice. But if that is our first week back in person, and then all of a sudden we're out again, that concerns me.
What is your recommendation on keeping or?
I think, let's go back to what the governor may not have said it clearly, but he said, look at your calendar to see if you need to look at eliminating fall break if we're not starting back until September the 28th. And so I think you need to do that. And I think you need to find out or determine, is this what's best for kids to not have fall break, or is it not best for kids?
You think it's best for kids or not best for kids?
If we shut down, after a week, I don't necessarily think that's best. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So, I mean, because again, we're waiting until September the 28th to begin school in person, hopefully.
Right. And obviously,
Which that muddies the water even more. Because if you cancel it, and then we can't get in school on September 28th, then you got a different issue.
so you're saying, you're alluding to if we were pushed back a week based on numbers or data, that would be eliminating that next week as a possible
I
in-person
have
start
no
date.
idea how far it could get pushed back.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't anticipating a 6-week delay this time.
I definitely think it's just a difficult and ever-changing situation, but I do think it's important to be clear and consistent. And, if we're going to follow the governor's recommendation and not begin until the 28th, I don't know that it makes sense to try to have kids in school for a week, have teachers in school for a week, and then have everybody off, for a week after. And I do think the governor's suggestion and guidance about fall break is just as clear as his suggestion and guidance about not beginning until after the 28th. I don't see a distinction or difference in when I listen to what the governor said.
Well, and I think that knowing that no one's going to lose their down payments, that we're going to work with staff and with student absences for that time, that certainly gives a measure of comfort in making the decision as well.
And I will, Cassie isn't here, Cassie Prather, I did talk to her on Friday. And I asked her if the governor's recommendation included canceling fall break. And she didn't see that at all, and I had a hard time finding that. I think he was kind of just talking, we could look at fall break or whatever. I don't think it was as strong a recommendation as going back on the 28th. I think the more pressing thing here is going back for a week and then stopping. That's the kicker, so. All right.
Whether we decide to keep fall break or do away with it, how does that affect our schedule, our calendar for the end of the year? If we keep fall break now, does that affect the end of the year date, or if we get rid of it, how does that work?
So if we don't do anything with fall break, then there's no changes to the end of the year.
Right.
If we keep fall break, I guess it potentially gives the board additional flexibility, additional time, should there be a reason to need to take, to not have any school at some point. So it gives us an extra week of school padding, if so to speak, yes.
And that's another thing. So if we got to fall break and it was like, great, everyone could be in school, the times are, we're in the window right now where it's working out, and then we don't go, it's almost like we've wasted that time when we could have been in person. Because the next 2 weeks later, we might have to leave again, so. All right. We have a motion in a second. Do we? Do we have a motion to, on this action item, does anyone have a motion?
I think, Ms. Craigie, did you move to cancel fall break?
I did not make a motion. I simply wanted to bring it up for discussion and to allow the board to kind of talk about these things openly and transparently in front of the public, and then to make a decision that's either consistent with the governor's recommendation or not. But I don't have a motion.
And do we need to make this decision now, or I guess what's your thought on that?
I think the longer you wait, the more difficult it becomes on those who may be impacted.
Okay.
We have a motion to eliminate fall break. I guess not. Okay, so we will be going back to school for September 28th.
The chair can make the motion too.
Why not?
I think it's a terribly difficult decision. I think that if we find that we are virtual until then because of rising cases and the trends continue in the way they are, that our teachers could use the break. I think if we start, fingers crossed, we're able to start, we're in a good spot. I think it's undeniable that it causes a disruption, as Mr. Hawkins has explained.
Actually, I will make that motion because I think that, what the superintendent has explained. I will move that we, and there's yet a third option that could muddy this, is that we just shorten it. I think that was something that came up as well, where you just shorten, I think that's.
Was that in your feedback, Garrett?
That was in one of the comments, was to potentially shorten it.
Mr. Hawkins, what do you think?
It's just a possible
It's an
choice.
option. I mean, if you wanted to shorten it, where do you put potentially the 2 days? Do you do it during the fall break that it was followed? It just opens up a whole nother set of decisions to make.
I'm just looking at the responses real quickly. And there's not a rep from each school on the calendar committee, is there? Because I see the ones from the high school.
I think through combination of certified staff, classified staff, and parents, that all schools are represented. I don't think there were a couple of committee members that did not get a response from.
And that committee is made up by members as per statute.
And you were that rep, right, Sherry?
Yes.
And what?
The membership is by statute. The first year that statute came out, it was this and only this. And then there was a reinterpretation that as long as you had these members, you could add a few members. So some members that were on the committee that had to step off were able to come back on. But yeah, the basic membership is defined by statute, and we do have a few other roles on the committee.
All right, I'll make a motion that we eliminate fall break.
Before we vote,
I don't have a second.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Hey, motion dies for lack of second. So we're not eliminating fall
I was just going to ask about the liability, so.
Oh, okay. The liability on what?
What was the motion on?
Well, it died. The motion was to eliminate fall break, and it died for lack of second. Okay. Participation in fall sports. Mr. Hawkins, you have some first idea of what happened this week.
I did. The Kentucky High School Athletic Association Board of Control, of which I am a member, did vote on Thursday to move forward with the plan that had been established in terms of when fall sports could begin. And that would be that practice could begin on August 24th with competition beginning the week of September the 7th. And so, I would recommend that as a member school of KHSAA, that we would, continue with that plan, that has been established.
I think it's important to note that the governor today said that he would not overturn that or make an opposite recommendation. That's what I heard. I didn't watch the announcement, and I characterized that correctly.
I watched it and that is correct.
So what sports does this cover?
At the middle school, it covers football and girls basketball. At the high school, it covers cross country, volleyball. Of course, golf is already participating at this point in time. Boys and girls soccer and football.
Go ahead.
Was there any thought in the Board of Controls to do it sport by sport? I mean, obviously golf allows for social distancing perfectly and lends itself toward being a sport that we absolutely can do safely. Contact sports, less so.
Yes, the board did review 3 different options, and this is the one that was approved.
What were the other 2? Just
One was to wait and begin competitions based on the governor's recommendation. One was to allow lower contact sports to begin on the week of September the 7th, and then higher contact sports would be pushed back until the 28th. And both of those other 2 options did not receive a majority vote, and so the plan that had been approved in July was approved 16-2.
And do you think that having athletics and when we aren't in person, I mean, I guess you do, as noted by your vote, that's an acceptable thing?
Ms. Bradley, I've been an advocate for having kids back in school and participating in as many activities as we can. I think our coaches have done a good job following the protocols. All of the plans have to be approved by the health department. You know, if we do find situations where maybe there's a concern, we've addressed those. I got nearly 500 emails from parents before I voted. All but 2 said they wanted their kids to play.
I saw that.
And so, the other thing too is that participation in sports is voluntary. And the parents ultimately have to choose to participate. I saw what our kids experienced in the spring when seasons were shut down. And not having the opportunity, particularly for our seniors, I think was incredibly hard for them. And my thought on it was that if we pushed it back, what happens if we don't get in school then? What happens to our kids at that point? I think the other thing too is that sports have been taking place all summer. There have been baseball tournaments, there have been softball tournaments, there have been volleyball tournaments, there have been basketball tournaments, and people are traveling all over playing. And so I think this is an opportunity for our students to be a part of school again and to participate. So that is my recommendation.
Can I just ask a couple of questions? I think you referred to, but I just want to make sure.
So for each of these sports, we have a practice protocol plan that's been reviewed and approved by the Public Health Department.
Will that continue? As more things start, they will submit their plans.
Yes, so we already have begun doing that. After the Board of Control meeting last week, I talked to both athletic directors about that.
So have you heard anything from the Public Health Director about what she thinks about this, other than approving the plans?
I don't know if you've had any
I talked
conversation
with her.
with her about that.
I did speak with her, and I think obviously they're a risk.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
But I mean,
There are risks, and I mean,
Did she indicate that she would,
she's already been reviewing the plans that people have submitted. And again, I think, you know,
I think she would
This-
come and tell us like she did last time if she had known.
right, and I think she would tell me.
Sure.
I mean, we've worked extremely well together
Yes.
over the last 5 months, 6 months.
And
Right.
we've been having some, limited training.
Practices, yes, some limited practices, a lot of it has been conditioning, where we've been following certain, protocols.
Have we had any,
I'm not aware of any cases with students. I think we've had one coach that is.
and I will share, when I talked to Mrs. Prather, she said that, and she also said she's had no complaints.
Right.
So that has gone well. But I just want to make sure, and I know you are, but just to say to the public that we are working, because this will be another new thing we're venturing out into, and just to be clear that we're working hand in hand with the public health department as we do it.
Is there any mechanism for making sure that the schools that we would compete against are following the same kind of guidelines that we are?
Part of that will, when it comes to competition, there will be specific things that we have to follow in terms of being able to compete, in terms of crowds and safety protocols during the game itself. I don't know that I can verify what every school's practice plan would be before we compete with them. But I think what we would be looking at is what's taking place on the night of the competition. What do they have in place? And now, we do have some discretion. If there had been an outbreak in a particular county and we were scheduled to go there to play, we can choose not to play that game. And there is no consequence for us or for them, for the other team, if that were to be the case.
And that would be your decision.
That would be me working with our athletic director, high school principal, or middle school principal.
My only thought was that's gonna be something
And the
that has
health
to be done
director, who
quickly.
knows the health director in the county, right?
I mean, if that's the, if that's where we find ourselves.
And then, if we do get to competitions, how will what is the expected crowd control? And
We haven't gotten those recommendations yet.
Okay.
That there will be limited crowds. You know, there was, I saw something was shared with me. There was high school football Friday night in Tennessee. And I think there was at least an example I was given was that every player was given 4 tickets. And so only ticketed people could come into the game. So you can
it's not
say,
gonna really be up.
correct.
Whose responsibility would be whose responsibility would it be to make a decision regarding that aspect?
About what?
The size of crowd, if we have fans, if we have 4,
We should be receiving guidance from the High School Athletic Association as it relates to competition. And part of that guidance should include information about crowds.
what is your thought about testing of student athletes?
I mean, obviously, if that's something that the board feels like we should do, we can certainly pursue that. There would be a cost associated with that if we wanted to do it on a regular and ongoing basis.
It would be, and I appreciate you saying that, it would be my recommendation if we move forward, that the key component of safety is to know if anyone has COVID-19. And you can't tell that if you don't test. So I think it's very, very important before any athlete or coach begins that they be tested. Just, and I don't know how anyone could argue with that. Just to be sure that everyone that participates does not have it. If there's anything we learned from last week was that it's extremely important to know if anybody in the room, anybody in the huddle, anybody on the field has that. And you cannot know unless you test. And I think that would be a prudent aspect of it. And another thing that I think that we owe to the community, we owe to our coaches, everyone, we have to be open and transparent about any cases that are diagnosed. I mean, that has to be immediate. It has to be reported to the state. It has to be reported to the health department. We need to be aware of it. You wouldn't object to that, would you?
I would hope you would think that we wouldn't.
No. I'm just trying to help us move forward. Okay.
Now, I want to be clear though. Are you saying the board is fine with paying for testing every athlete before we begin practice?
What's the cost associated with drug testing that you have?
Was it about $12,000 here for the year?
Between 12 and 15, it's like $30 a test.
Well, and honestly, I don't see how we could,
Ms. Springate,
could not.
Ms. Springate, he asked me a question. I'd like to answer it. I think that you would tell us if somebody had something.
No. I asked you a question about, is the board comfortable with us paying for every athlete to be tested? If that is the desire of the board, then we'll get to work on that.
I'm comfortable. I answered your question. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you think sports should start without every athlete being tested?
I think an initial test will give you some information, but I think if you're only going to test one time, I don't know how much good that does.
No, I think we need to have ongoing testing.
Okay.
And I think that if a student or if an athlete or a coach, he or she has a temperature and they have to go home, then they take the test before they come back. The only way to contain this is testing.
Well, now again, Miss Prather, when she was here, if they had a fever, a required negative test would not be, or a negative test would not be required for them to return to school.
I spoke with a board member in another district, and they had a football player that had a fever. And they would not allow that person to come back until they were tested. When they were tested, they found out that he had COVID. They had to do the contact tracing. They had to do quarantine. So I think that's a minimum expectation, is that they be tested before they return.
And I would say that I am not comfortable with paying for all that for our student athletes when we're not providing that kind of testing level for our students who are coming into a much more crowded, exposed type of environment. If we're going to be paying for testing, it needs, multiple testing. It needs to be spread out more over all of the students, because we know testing is critical. And to Mr. Hawkins' point, I remember when Ms. Prather was here, I don't know why we would have any more stringent exposure, coming back to practice, all that requirements than we do for kids in school who are in a much more dangerous situation most of the time. I mean, because they're going to be, not dangerous, but they're going to be more closely together for longer periods of time, days for a whole day. So I think if we're going to start paying for testing, which may not be a bad idea to look at that, it should not just be for a certain segment of our students. It should also be used for our students who are in the school building.
And all I was going to say earlier, Mr. Wilson, was that I do believe that it's an equity issue with testing, and I was wondering about what the cost might be, and also about who all would be tested, because I don't think we would just pick, one group, just the volleyball team to test, or just the football team to test, or just the mathletes or the student body to test. So I think that's a question. So the cost would be a question, and then if that could be covered in the CARES Act money, would be a second question. I think that really the most important thing we can do is follow the guidance of the health experts. And we've got a wonderful task force, and we've got wonderful local experts and wonderful experts in the state. So I think that following the guidance, making sure that we're following all the guidelines, that the students are following all of our guidelines, and just being clear and consistent across the rules is really an important thing for the board to do just in a leadership role.
That brings up an interesting thought in saying the mathletes. If we allow our sports teams to come back, I assume all extracurricular activities can then.
We can do that in small groups. That would fall under the small group guidelines that KDE has sent out to us, and we certainly would allow that, absolutely.
And KMEA, have they revisited anything?
Not to my knowledge. Their fall championships, to my knowledge, are still canceled. I don't think that they brought those back.
And does that still preclude us from even having band?
Well, what you run into, we can have a band class. Marching band is very different.
Yeah.
Because a lot of your costs are incurred on the front end as you're putting your show together. And so if there are no competitions, they don't necessarily want to expend those dollars, which I understand, to put a show together to not be able to compete. That was my conversation with Mr. Collins when all of that happened.
All right. So do we have a motion and a second? Do we have a motion to?
I move that we support or follow the KHSAA recommendations and allow our students the opportunity to participate in fall sports with the guidelines that Mr. Hawkins has described.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Springate, a second by Ms. Richardson. Any further discussion? All right. So.
Aye.
Ms. Bradley?
No.
Ms. Richardson? Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
I'll vote. I'll vote aye. Aye. Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chairperson.
Yes.
I would move, if I could, in conjunction with the motion we just had, I would move that all our student athletes be tested before beginning participation in the activity that they have voluntarily chosen, and that the cost for that exam would be absorbed by using existing funds.
By using what?
Existing funds. I don't
CARES
want to
fund
make.
require.
I'll leave that to the superintendent.
Is that before practice or before competition?
As soon as possible.
Okay.
Are we able to add this?
Grant, we had a question.
Grant, we're talking about returning to fall sports. We've added an item that we have voted to let them return to all fall sports. So now there's a motion that they be tested before they start. That's okay, isn't it? Even though it was not exactly listed like that on the agenda.
Yeah, that's related to your question on resuming sports. So remember, you don't have to make the agenda predict every decision you're going to make. It's just a topical agenda.
Okay.
So that relates to athletics.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I would second that, but I do have some more discussion.
Okay.
Do we have any idea what this might cost or how many athletes would be involved? Do the parents have to give permission? Would we need a policy or a protocol? How would this all work?
Sure, the cost. I wasn't anticipating that this evening, so that's something we would have to check, and we'd have to. It would be probably several hundred student athletes between high school and middle school.
I also have a question. So this motion to test before we start anything, that would mean that, so August 24th is when fall sports are able to start practice per KHSA guidelines. So would that mean that Woodford County athletes would not practice until whenever the date would be that we all got tested and got our results back, etc.? So we would have to wait until all of these tests come in and all of the results come back?
That's a good question. Also, is that gonna, if we do it with that date in mind, is that gonna put a huge demand on our local testing services?
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to check with them to find out if they're capable of handling that, how we would schedule that, what the cost would be.
I know our local health department is just now getting ready to start doing testing.
Can you even send children in like that to get a test? I have friends who went to get tested and they were told if they didn't have any symptoms, they would not give them tests.
That's where I think you get into the cost, because I think the free exams are the ones that are pretty much being held for those who may have symptoms or have a concern.
Did all sports start today?
We're going to be beginning some practice, yes.
And I do have another question. I guess just in relation to timelines, would it make more sense to wait and look at this later? Have kids already been practicing and following these protocols and procedures from the health department with, I guess.
There hasn't been contact practice up to this point. It's primarily been conditioning, but they have been trying to follow the protocols that have been established for us.
So ideally, we would want to have these negative tests, but logistically, we're not sure what it would cost, where they would get the test, if they're even able to get the test, if the parents have to get permission, who does the transporting, the results released back, all of those kinds of things.
We require students to have physicals, or is this something that, unless you're free or reduced lunch, could be a cost to the parent, just like physical, just an additional.
I definitely don't think it would be okay to pass the cost along to the parents and families. I think if we do this, it has to be equitable. We have to cover the costs.
We would always cover the cost for people who didn't have insurance or whatever. Mr. Hawkins, when you spoke with Ms. Prather about this, and in your practice protocol and plans, was testing part of her recommendation?
That was not part of the conversation.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Yes, it's already been seconded.
Okay.
Ms. Pregay seconded it to get to discussion.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I think I would say, is it possible to have a recess and let Mr. Hawkins reach out to Ms. Prather before we commit to something that may not be possible? Because if it passes, then it's going to be a requirement.
Well, and honestly, I'm not sure that we really even had enough discussion about the pros or cons. Ideally, I think we would all want to see these tests, and we can have them back, by tomorrow, everything would be smooth sailing. But there are just so many unknowns at this point, and you don't want to make it so burdensome that students can't actually participate.
And
I also don't want to make it so that there's, a higher risk of, of infection. So I feel like Danny's right. I just don't even know how we would vote on this without having,
You could always withdraw your second.
Do you want to do that, Mr. Hawkins? Just take a brief recess and let him reach out?
I mean, I can. I don't know if she's going to be able to answer these questions. I'll try.
Well, and I want to say something before we put her to that. I mean, we know she's not here because she's having a medical thing, so I don't share her business. Yeah. But I still have a big issue with spending school funds for testing only for our student athletes. If we're gonna be testing kids, you know, ideally going in and out of a third grade class and pool testing or whatever, that might be a better use of the resources there. I do think there's enough.
Well, I guess at the end of the day, what we have is we've made a motion to approve the fall sports beginning. And so no matter what, that's been done. And so the testing is kind of a secondary issue. And
We have a motion in a second, so do you want to withdraw your second?
Yes, I think maybe this would be something that we really need to get some more information before we should vote one way or the other, honestly.
Does anybody else want to second this motion? Sherry's withdrawn hers. All right, the motion dies for lack of second.
Mr. Hawkins, is that something that you can explore
Okay.
and get more information for us for the next meeting? And even, is it something that could be instituted at the school level without board approval?
I think if you're gonna require testing in there, I think that really should be a board level decision on that. I mean, it's kind of like we did the student, when we did the drug testing. I mean, that was a board level decision. It wasn't-
All right, yes.
Could I ask the superintendent if he would send us the protocols for, that pertain to athletics, like how many students, how many athletes have to get in before we do this, whatever protocols are in place.
Before what? Before you do what?
A protocol, is there a protocol if one athlete gets it or two athletes, whatever protocols you have, will you send them to us?
Well, I mean, our protocol is to follow what the health department's asked us to do. And that is if there is a positive case, then we notify the health department. And then their job is to determine then who are the close contacts, who would need to be quarantined, and we would move forward from there.
And then they would make the recommendation about need to suspend athletics or.
If it greatly impacts a particular team, that team may be impacted, but not others.
Oh, I understand.
And so I mean, we would just work hand in hand with the health department on any positive case that may arise.
But there's got to be protocol. Would you just send what you have?
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
It will
Well,
be
it's probably
simply,
came from the,
I mean, it's
it's
simply,
forwarded from the health department,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have 30 public comments, so are we ready to move on to that?
No, you've got item K, creation of positions.
Mr. Hawkins said we don't need that, right? No. That's strike that.
We're not hiring the positions?
No, we voted last week to hire some
okay.
new positions, and he left that on there in case he needed something else, but he does not.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Do you want to have a recess now, or do you want to go for it?
I would like to go forward. Does anyone need a recess? Looks like Allison did. Okay, let's take 5 minutes, and then we've got guests here, Michael and Trace Creek, and so 5 minutes.
I will be there. Yeah.
All right, I think it's been 5 minutes.
You're trouble. You're nothing but trouble.
Yes. You can begin, Miss Bailey. I've offered Miss Bailey a respite if she needs it. I will read it.
Okay. I have my water.
Yes,
Look at mine.
Okay, this first,
reconvening the meeting.
Here's one, take the water.
Thank you. This first comment is from Margie Cleveland. Board members, history handed you your path, and so far you have ignored it. Instead of working to address the numerous educational and safety pandemic issues, you have placed only discussion items on tonight's agenda on that topic. There are no action items to address fall break or change in start date to accommodate the governor's request. Thankfully, the dedicated district staff continues to work diligently to address instructional needs, students' mental health needs, and safety concerns as they are being identified. You instead spent the last 2 weeks working feverishly to place multiple action items pertaining to a new high school on tonight's agenda. It seems presumptive to place action items on the planning meeting agenda, so this was from last week, on the planning meeting agenda without previously discussing them in a meeting. Planning meetings were added to provide ample opportunity for discussions before votes were made. It feels like discussions had to have occurred over the last 2 weeks. You speak of transparency. However, these action items pertaining to a new high school were placed on the agenda late last week. If someone is aware there is a meeting, there are multiple sites to click through to see the agenda. Laura Dake posts on Voices of Versailles too the actual city council agendas. That is transparency. If what you say is true, that the majority of the community is in favor of your actions, how do they know what you are doing tonight? Life as we knew it has changed dramatically in the past few months and will continue to change through the next year. We don't know what our new normal will be. You are fast-forwarding the design of a new high school that was defined by how a high school functioned before the pandemic. High school instruction will most likely look significantly different in 2022. Please refocus your concern by funding and addressing the current needs of students and staff. Do not commit your board and future boards to funding a potentially antiquated high school at this time. Make your only purpose be what you can do for the students whose lives and education have been disrupted by the pandemic. It is said a crisis brings out the best in us. Please have this board set that example through your compassion and empathy. Ensure the allocation of all available funds focus on meeting the learning, teaching, and mental health needs of students and staff during this pandemic, not a new high school. This community needs that from you. Margie Cleveland. Maria Bohannon. I am sending this email in regards to agenda item 7D, revised resolution restricting $350,000 from the general fund for the high school project. I believe that a school system says a lot about its community. That is why it is no surprise we are one of the highest ranked school systems in the state. Our children deserve the best we can offer, which is why I feel we need a new high school. Restricting general funds should only be an option when our needs are met. Not only are our needs not met, we do not know the unforeseen costs the school system could incur while navigating this new world of COVID-19. We should expect to spend more money for the sanitation of our facilities once school learning can take place, and also additional dollars on mental health services that are obviously needed. The Kentucky Department of Education has provided several financial instruments, such as the nickel tax for capital projects. These tools were put in place so that dedicated project funding could occur while general funds could be used to operate. Statewide, the nickel tax is considered effective and sound fiscal policy. I wish you would please consider revisiting this option. Thank you for your time. Maria Bohanna. Jerry Isaacs. Let me begin with a brief account from Mr. Rogers. When I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, "Look for the helpers. You'll always find people who are helping." So how can the school board best help our students as they face these scary times? I would suggest that you do as you indicated in June and defer further discussion on a new high school until we are through this crisis. That will free up both time and money to help our students at this very difficult time. Consider hiring additional mental health counselors. who can check in with each student on a weekly basis just to provide interpersonal contact and to assess potential mental adjustment and social concerns. There should be counselors available for teachers and staff too, who will also be suffering stress. The lifelong effects of trauma caused by events like this affect not only those suffering, but also their communities. Our future depends on cultivating emotional resiliency in Woodford County students, both for their own good and for the good of others. Please spend your time, your money, and your effort to help our children through this crisis. We need you to be helpers, advocates for these students. Now, Jerry Isaacs. Pam Settles. I do not support moving forward with a new high school by using restricted funds. We need to work on getting our schools open and making them safe for our students. We need to be responsible with our funds in this time of great uncertainty. I supported the nickel tax, so I do see the need for a new school. However, this is not the time to push that agenda. Pam Settles. Rebecca Kelly. When the house is on fire, it is not time to put a teapot on the stove. It is prudent to defer allocating large sums for a future high school until the current COVID-19 pandemic danger has passed. I am parent of a 2020 graduate, a retired teacher, a former parent member of the WCHS site team, and a voting Woodford County resident, a supporter of the new high school initiative. In my opinion, now is the time to be financially conservative and not the time to be allocating building funds for a new high school. Please save those money decisions until our current state of emergency is securely behind us. The future building plans must wisely be put on hold. Your immediate priority is now the safety and well-being of your current students and staff. I strongly suggest that monies are needed for the mental health and physical safety of those children now enrolled. Children, as well as teachers, have experienced overwhelming stress and anxiety. May I respectfully suggest expenses that need to be addressed before contact teaching resumes? Additional mental health care personnel for both students and staff, additional teacher in service to prepare staff for COVID trauma students returning to school, additional mental health care professionals hired for both students and staff, hiring substitute teachers to fill in for symptomatic staff members, hiring more paraprofessionals to either assist in making class sizes distance compliant or assist in special education settings, providing extra time and pay for teachers to tutor or mentor all students, hiring additional custodial staff to extend and augment safe school environments, funding for parent training to assist unprepared parents to be aware of trauma and anxiety in their child, as well as to give sound advice to assist them in being teacher, parent, therapist, all at home. Fund activities meant to lower anxiety and trauma effects, including, but not limited to, uplifting assemblies and mental health motivational speakers and team building experiences. Purchase or upgrade no-touch faucets, towel dispensers, and foot-assisted entry and exits to bathrooms. Purchase or rent additional temporary sinks to be available in hallways. Building or creating outdoor areas for instruction, perhaps covered areas. Wisely spending resources on this current emergency. We all love tea, but right now the house is on fire. Rebecca Kelly. Terry Morford. Members of the Board of Education, now is not the time to be discussing plans for a new high school. Now is the time to put aside your differences and do what you were elected to do. To act in the best interest of the students of Woodford County. These are unprecedented times, and our students, teachers, and families deserve your best efforts to make this the best school year possible. Put aside your differences and hidden agendas and work with the district leadership team to make decisions that are best for our students. There are so many unknown factors right now. What we should know is that you, as a board, will work with school leaders to make the decisions that are best for our students. You should not be restricting funds right now. You should make sure our teachers and students have what they need to be successful. Terry Morford, President of the Woodford County Retired Teachers Association. Jared Christian. Hello, board. I am writing today to discuss the board's focus. As the class president of 2018 and a former student representative on the board, I wish to speak towards the students' mental health. While the focus of schooling is education, the additional aspects of socialization help drive students in their desire to learn and be present in the classroom. As a current college student, online learning created anxiety, stress, and loneliness that I did not expect. The courses seemed more difficult without my peers next to me, and the support of faculty felt far away. Now back on campus, the SAFE guidelines still create a feeling of isolation. While I believe a new high school is needed, we do not know when it will be safe to return to regular life. Therefore, I ask for the board to focus on creating the best virtual education possible and try to provide possibilities for online socialization to improve students' mental health instead of creating a new building at this time. Thank you and be safe. Jared Christian. Sue Finney. Dear Woodford County Board of Education members, I strongly urge you to put all plans for building and funding a new high school on hold at this time. As a retired Woodford County high school teacher, I know all too well the need of a new high school building. However, our first priority in the midst of this pandemic must be our students and staff, and that includes the school district's financial priorities. There is no crystal ball to predict what needs might arise to educate and protect our Woodford County school family during this health crisis. Restricting funds to be used for a future high school is not a wise course of action at this time. The new high school can wait until this pandemic is over. Hit the pause button, please. Sue Finney, retired WCMS and WCHS teacher. Susan Carey. Good evening to everyone. My name is Susan Carey. I consider WCHS my home. I graduated from the current building in 1967. My 4 children graduated from the current building, and my 2 oldest grandchildren are students on the same WCHS campus. I spent my entire teaching career as a WCHS social studies teacher. I know all about the problems of the current building. The locker rooms flooded my sophomore year, the first year the building was opened. I supported and still support building a new high school. But now is not the time to make this a priority. We are in the midst of uncertain times. Excuse a social studies comparison, but the 1918 pandemic lasted 2 years, and we are only 7 months into this one. Our schools will require so much support as we move forward with online classes first, and hopefully in-person classes at a later date this year. To focus on a new building at this time doesn't make sense to me. Our students, parents, teachers, administrators, and all support personnel are scrambling to make this school year a successful one. I know you are too. Your focus this year must be on that alone. Restricting money for a new school during the early stages of a pandemic isn't a good idea. With unemployment and government support running out and jobs disappearing, there will be more pressure on our students and their families. The schools will, as always, be there to support them. And who knows what that support will look like financially. Please take a break from trying to plan for a new school this year. Keep focusing your attention, including finances, on making this school year the best it can be under these most trying circumstances. There's time enough in the near future to plan for a new building. Thank all of you for the tireless hours you spend on our behalf. Sincerely, Susan Carey. Stan Kramer. As you, other staff, and some of the board know, I was the district's financial advisor from the mid-1990s through the period of the public vote on the tax increase. After that, I was replaced by another advisor in the hopes that they knew something I didn't. During our period as the district's advisor, we investigated numerous potential options that might provide the funding needed to build a $55 million facility. We reported to the board, met with staff, and met with groups about potential innovative approaches to the problem. Since that time, the board has not been presented with any new or viable options beyond reserving current operating funds until you can add those funds to the bonding capacity to reach the required funding. Capital debt, which here is known as bonding capacity, is a way for the district to have the best facilities that are available to the extent that the district can pay to operate the district and pay the debt service on the facilities. In that scenario, the students in year 1 are treated no differently than the students in year 20 when the debt is extinguished. The option being debated here does not fulfill the charge to the board to give every student in every year the best education and opportunities that the community can afford. It shortchanges the current students by cutting their operating funds while giving the value to future students once a new high school is built. That is true of every dollar reserved in excess of any budget surplus. The district staff here in Woodford County is already stretching every dollar to maximize the educational results from the students, and you, as a board, are considering cutting that funding for the next 20 years. Past Woodford County school boards have foregone the 4% property tax revenue increases in numerous years, and this shortfall in the bonding capacity is a result. Is it fair for the current students in the district to pay for the short-sightedness and lack of courage? It is my opinion that there are 2 potential solutions at this point. One is to ask for another public vote and do a better job of selling the plan to the public. The second is to lean on our elected officials at the state level to find a situation that would warrant appropriated funding for this high school from state funds by identifying a special situation that would qualify Woodford County to be included in the defined group. The district could agree to a matching funds requirement, and then the state would appropriate funding for their portion of the debt. Stan Kramer. The restriction of funds obligating future boards, in my opinion, is not prudent given the high degree of uncertainty of post-COVID education. Further, if we do not have the nickel tax, i.e. support of the voting public, we should not be moving forward. And that was Kenneth Kirchhoff. Dan Roof. And he notes, other co-signers below have ceded their time should this go over 3 minutes. Members of the board, I am writing regarding item 7D to restrict $350,000 for a new high school. I'm beginning my 27th year as a teacher at the high school, and I'm pretty sure this is my first letter to the board. This is no small issue. Restricting this much money annually is simply not a good idea. I'm witness to the fact that Woodford has long been a fiscally conservative school district. I can't imagine if we have this sort of money available each year. If we did, it seems we might have received much more significant raises over the years. Former board members who have no skin in this game and our own former financial officer have testified to the lack of available funds to restrict. This is not the time to take available funds away. The pandemic has already had a huge impact on the district. New budgets will no doubt need to be created for PPE, temperature checking devices, remote teaching, and any number of other financial unknowns. We have no idea how long we will be dealing with this, nor do we know the long-term financial impact of it. In fact, money preparing for the long-term implications of this pandemic is what you should be restricting money for. This is not the time to build a smaller high school. My understanding is due to the limited funding, we might even be building a 10th to 12th grade school, completely removing the 9th grade students for a time. I can't imagine the damage this would do to the existing culture and spirit of the school. There is a reason that WCHS moved away from the freshman school over a decade ago. The urgency with which the board is moving forward on a new high school is simply unfounded. No, the current WCHS is not great, but there is nothing that I am seeing about the new school that suggests that it would be great either. In fact, it appears to be cutting corners at every turn. It is not the school that the faculty, the students, and the community have been eagerly anticipating. It's a letdown. Furthermore, how much has gone into planning it that considers the current virus? A number of European schools have decided to take classes outside. It seems we should be devoting much of the planning to designing outdoor spaces, having multiple outdoor classrooms. It seems we should be exhaustively researching ventilation. It seems we should be completely reconsidering the school lunch. At the high school this year, we have had to add a fifth lunch to attempt to limit exposure to students. Adding partitions to tables was going to cost over $30,000. We should even be reconsidering the classroom space itself. Why would we plan, design, and build a new high school immediately, urgently, when the very nature of public school building could change due to this pandemic? Woodford needs more time to gather.
Grant just texted me that you can't assign time to other people. How much longer is this?
3 sentences. Woodford needs more time to gather funds, more time to research, more time to design. We don't have the money. We do have the time. With time and a clearer sense of urgency, the county could revisit the nickel tax. It seems pretty clear the community doesn't see the sense of urgency either. However, maybe in a few years they will. Please do not restrict this money. Please just take your time. Respectfully, Dan Roof. Co-signed by Stephanie Maynard, Laura Benton, Amy Schwartz, Phil Stoltz, Ken Tonks, Libby Denny, Amanda Best, and Pam Duncan. Marcia Allison. To the board members, as we struggle to begin a new school year during these very difficult times, it seems to me our board members have lost sight of what's most important, the safety and education of our students. A building doesn't educate our students. Our staff and the hardworking students do that. I am for a new school, and if my taxes go up to help with the building of one, I am fine with that. That is just not the time to be setting aside, this is just not the time to be setting aside $350,000 for 1 year, let alone 20 years. Since none of us have insight into the future, it seems to me any money we have should be spent on immediate needs of not just our students, but the teachers and all staff. Our teachers are having to come up with new methods of teaching and reaching all students. I certainly hope the teachers are receiving training for this, if it's not something that was taught in their college years. Many of our students do not have access to the internet that so many of us take for granted, adding to the stress for teachers. When we are able to be back in schools, other staff will have to spend more time cleaning and preparing food safely for our students. Office staff are also uncertain of their future requirements to do the demanding jobs they have. This has to be very stressful for all. Keep contingency money available for these needs and for immediate future needs, not a building. After all, that is the meaning of a contingency plan, the unknown. We need to be prepared. Marcia Allison, Woodford resident. Oh, I believe this one was a repeat. Yes, that was a repeat.
You doing okay?
Thank you. Julie Hawkins. Dear members of the Woodford County Board of Education, nearly every person has been impacted by COVID-19 in one way or another, but perhaps no group has felt the effects of this pandemic more than students. Their lives have been turned upside down. As a result, record numbers of kids are suffering in ways that we could have never imagined 6 months ago. Anxiety, depression, isolation, family financial burdens, relationship issues, and other social, emotional, and behavioral concerns are more prevalent now than ever. Also alarming are the huge academic slides resulting from the prolonged school closure. This evening, I'm writing in support of students, particularly the most vulnerable. Their voices are critical and must be heard. In the future, when the board deems it safe to return to in-person instruction, one thing is certain: our children will come with vast needs. I have the utmost confidence in our students, staff, parents, and community. Together, we can and will overcome this crisis. However, supporting our children through the challenges ahead will not come in the form of a quick fix. Rather, it will require a long-term commitment. As a former educator, I understand school districts have a finite amount of resources. Thus, priorities must drive decisions. I can think of no greater priority than supporting our students through this extremely difficult time. As you discuss financial decisions related to the high school project this evening, I hope you will consider the needs of our students and place them above a new building. $350,000 over the next few years could be used to provide mental health supports, an extensive summer school program, extended school services, transportation to and from these needed services, additional staff, and the list goes on and on. Until our students are safely, securely, and successfully back in school, I urge the board to pause the high school project. Respectfully submitted, Julie Hawkins. Mandy Shea. Dear Woodford County Board of Education, it is absolutely unconscionable for the Woodford County Board of Education to continue wasting time and resources discussing plans for the new high school when we are in the midst of the worst pandemic in our lifetime. I implore you to put our children first and pause the high school project until we are out of these unprecedented times. Right now, we will need all our resources helping our kids as they re-enter school this week and in the coming months. We still do not know when it will be safe to be in person in our current high school. How can you even consider restricting future money for a new high school when we do not even know how the next few months will unfold and what resources will be needed? Please, I implore you to unrestrict and return the $350,000 to our general fund and hold off on making any monetary decisions in regards to the new high school until January, when we will have a better understanding of how our schools and children will be affected by this pandemic. Thank you, Mandy Shea. Dudley Gaines. To board members, superintendent, and other interested parties. Many citizens in Woodford County believe we need a new high school, but will it be obsolete almost by the time it is completed because of the coronavirus pandemic? Schools are using more and more online learning, NTI. I stated even before the pandemic that a new school building would be obsolete in 20 to 30 years, and the coronavirus has decreased this time. Look at what is happening at colleges and universities with their rush to online learning even before the pandemic. Please think outside the usual parameters and look to the future. Thank you, Dudley Gaines. Will Gerald. To the members of the Woodford County School Board regarding planning for a new high school. If we have learned anything in 2020, it is this. We can make great plans, but ultimately we are in control of very little. The schools have spent months planning to safely reopen our schools and planning for students to return. Now that the time has come, we are not returning to the classroom, but instead to virtual instruction. Our best intentions are thwarted by things out of our control. The same is true for the planning of a new high school. In the span of only a few months, the world has changed in ways that we couldn't previously fathom, and it is not done changing. Making concrete plans for a wildly uncertain, distant future seems unwise. This is especially true when those plans involve restricting the resources we need to react to our current state of emergency. We need to focus all of our time, energy, conversations, and money on the crisis we face today. We don't yet know how public education will be permanently changed by this pandemic, and we will not know for some time. I strongly urge the board to not make any decisions on a new high school, especially regarding restricting money. We will need these resources over the coming years to be able to continue to respond to the ever-changing landscape of education. Please do not put undue strain on our current students, families, and educators in your attempt to secure a future that is at best hazy. Please table all conversations regarding the new high school until the pandemic is widely accepted to be over and public life has established a new normal. Sincerely, Will Gerald, father of Henry, a second grader at Huntertown Elementary, Theodore, age 5, and Patrick, age 2. Terry Hamilton, members of the Board of Education. With school starting in just a few days, teachers, administrators, staff, and parents have been consumed with how the 2020-2021 school year will begin for their families, for this community. The needs are overwhelming. Virtual platforms, PPE, childcare, work schedules, tutors, and meal delivery. And while we are working these essential details, what has our Board of Education been doing? This board has shifted gears during the height of uncertainty and resumed its doomed course toward building a new high school. Unbelievable. And to make matters worse, more confounding is that you would have added an action item to tonight's agenda calling for the restriction of $350,000 for the next 20 years to assist with this unpopular goal. That is $7.2 million taken away from our staff, our programs, and our unforeseen needs. Even though Ms. Evelyn insisted the $350,000 restriction was for a single year. Even though Mr. Wilson insisted the board make the reopening of the 2020 school year its only priority. What you tell your community and what you do just doesn't line up. Please return to the original plan. Refocus on the immediate needs of the school district and our community. Press pause on this high school plan. The pressing needs of school reopening and remaining open are greater than the needs of building a new high school. A high school project that this community has told you it does not want at this time. Thank you, Terry Hamilton. Stan Kramer. We did do, yes. Thank you. That was a repeat as well. Hans Kit Houston. My wife and I are retired citizens of Woodford County in our 70s. Our 2 children are graduates of WCHS. Our 2 grandsons are graduates of WCHS. The existing campus facilities for WCHS is almost 60 years old. For heaven's sake, the future of Woodford County students' secondary education is in the hands of the Woodford County Board of Education. The building has been in disrepair for many, if not most, of those almost 6 decades. We are 100% in favor of a new high school. There's absolutely no question that Woodford County needs a new high school. To the board, wake up and smell the roses and support the future of our students' high school education. Thank you very much for this favorable decision to move forward with this. Hans Kit Houston. Amanda Best. Tonight's board meeting agenda brings great awareness to the ultimate focus of the Woodford County School Board during the global pandemic, a new high school building. In one of the board meetings that occurred within the last 2 months, the board vowed to remain focused on the pandemic and to establish safe protocols for students and staff upon reentry to school. Where is this focus now? Has the pandemic miraculously vanished? Why are we not discussing the September 28th in-person instruction recommendation by Governor Beshear rather than a new school? I am confident that many stakeholders would rather know if in-person instruction will begin on or prior to September 28th versus whether we are getting a new school. Furthermore, have you asked about retention of staff during this pandemic? I am aware of at least 3 employees who have either retired or moved to a different district within the last month. 2 of those within the last week due to COVID-related issues. What about mental health of our students and staff? Have you asked? I am again aware of district employees who fear for their health and safety. Our students and teachers are hurting and need our help. Shouldn't our focus be on employing additional mental health counselors and/or consultants as well as additional teachers versus building a new school? I implore the board tonight to regain its focus and return attention to the health and safety of the students, staff, and community versus pursuing the building of a new high school during a pandemic. Respectfully, Amanda Best, co-signed by David Graves and Libby Denny. Kevin Walls, dear board members and superintendent, thank you for the work you pour into making our schools strong. However, I am concerned about a trend that is obvious. Why are the same items addressed again and again on multiple agendas? You have voted on funding the new high school multiple times, and it appears that you intend to continue voting on it multiple times. Once you have voted, please proceed. Why be indecisive and have the same items on the agenda time and time again? It's infuriating. You've started this project. You need to see it through to completion. Thank you for your time, Kevin Walls. Missy Jones. Hello. I'm writing today to encourage the board to make the necessary decisions to build a new high school. Our current building is not adequate. It's too small. The hallways are cramped. Social distancing is not an option. The rooms are outdated by current learning standards and have many safety hazards. They are small and lack natural light. The bathrooms are disgusting. The drains stink to high heaven. When the sinks are in working condition, the water barely comes out of them. The parking space around the building is congested and dangerous. The traffic backups in the morning and afternoons are ridiculous. We need to fix this situation, and we need a new high school. We continue to put our children in a building that many of us would not spend the day in. Why are we shortchanging them? Why are we still just talking about this? Why are we struggling to do what needs to be done? Why are there still so many questions? We need to make this happen now. Missy Jones. Angela McHale. Good evening, school board. I can hardly believe I'm writing again regarding the board's proposal to restrict monies from the district operating budget for a new high school. I have not heard one public comment in support of this action at any board meeting so far this year. I may have missed one, but I don't think so. You claim to be a board that values your constituents' input. You have yet to show on this topic that you actually mean that. In the past, I've said it was reckless to proceed with restricting monies for a defined period of 1 year. My opinion on today's vote to restrict $350,000 each year for the next 20 years is that it would be negligent to proceed. We have no idea what the next 6 months of school are going to look like for our kids, let alone permanent accommodations that may be needed. Yet you are ready to commit money to a project that has very little community support under its current constraints. We have not yet seen an adjusted budget for all the COVID considerations. How can you be sure the budget can cover all of this? Let's at least be honest in the fact that we all know the current budget won't cover this. And what are you, not the superintendent, but you, the school board, prepared to cut to make this happen? How do you justify at all the restricting of cash for a project that has no business moving forward during a pandemic? We knew before COVID considerations that we couldn't afford to do this, and now things are even more complicated. Why the continued push for this new high school to be built at all costs? Your biggest and most important obligation to the district is ensuring safe return to school for all of our students. They deserve nothing less than your undivided attention and all of the available resources on this matter. Please put your personal politics and agendas aside and make the right decision. A decision to proceed under current conditions will put our outstanding district in jeopardy for no reason at all. Angela McHale. Candy Neal, Woodford County Board of Education members. For the past 18 months, this board has been determined to go against the community wishes to pause the high school. You seem intent to go against your own advisors, against community members, and even against former board members to move ahead with the current unwise funding plan. I am tired, and the community is tired, of trying to figure out what your motives are in this endeavor. I just know you are making a foolish financial move that could lead our district in financial peril for years to come. Many say this board struggles with transparency, but I disagree. It is very evident this board only has one main focus: to build a shiny new high school no matter the consequences to our district. The move last week by the board chair to randomly table items without discussion as to why she was doing it, as well as the subsequent removal of public comments related to the high school, show the board's lack of interest in what the community has to say. You do not want to hear the comments because you have already decided you are building this high school no matter the cost to our district, no matter the cost to the taxpayers, no matter the cost to our children. It once again says to our community that you lack respect for those you represent. In my opinion, there is no greater service to a community than that of a school board member. According to the KSBA website, school board members are to ensure they provide resources to help every student and to focus every decision and action to reflect commitment to improving student achievement in their district. Unfortunately, we are not seeing this from the majority of our current board. To those of you who have spent a couple decades serving as a school board member, or to those of you who are in your first term, shame on you. In the middle of this pandemic, I could care less about a shiny new building. What I do care about is making sure this district has the resources to help our kids now and when they step back into the classroom. No matter how good the online learning, no matter how good our teachers, no matter if the students were excelling when they stepped out of the classroom in March, bottom line is they will need extra help when they return. We have no assurance they will be back in the classroom in September or even this fall. All I know is that our kids will need extra resources. If you are robbing them of those resources to build a building, how do we help them? I am asking you to please stop this now. Pause the project, rescind the BG1, and put all your resources to our kids, to your kids. We need to ensure we make every dollar available for our kids and staff. Enough is enough. Thank you, Candy Neal. Lynn Woodrum. I am 100% in favor of a new high school. I was perfectly in agreement with an increase in my taxes to facilitate a new building. That was then, and this is now. We have no idea how this pandemic is going to play out and how it's going to affect the budget. We don't know if the federal government is going to help out, and if so, how much and when. We don't know how many subs we might need, how many deep cleanings, and the cost of revamping our whole educational program. There are so many unknowns, and isn't that why we have a contingency fund? My point is that this is not the time to commit funds to a new building. We do not know what expenses are in the future due to this pandemic. Lynn Woodrum. Tiffany Morgan. Thinking back over the journey of the past 2+ years, I'm reminded that the reasons listed for a new high school have not changed. The issues still exist, and the discussion of pausing the work on a new high school won't resolve them. The board needs to work together to go forward with the new high school. There is no other way to resolve the problems with the current facility. This needs to remain a priority. Thank you, Tiffany Morgan. Dawn and Flo Brumley. We are expressing our dismay and objection to the plan that the school board has insisted on proceeding with, despite the widespread objections and concern raised by much of the community and educational experts. As longtime citizens of Woodford County, a stable and good school system is very important to us, and we think it is essential for the economic, educational, cultural, and overall well-being of the community as a whole. Although there are many aspects we think are problematic, we will only list the most urgent in lieu of the time limit, as follows. Restricting $7.2 million in district funds over the next 20 years is extremely problematic. Leaving the district with bare bones funds creates the potential for disasters waiting to happen in the next 20 years. This kind of restriction will result in the school system not having funds to offer both essential and unforeseen student programs, maintenance, technology, and being competitive with teacher salaries, just to mention a few. To restrict for 20 years is irresponsible. The entire state and nation is in the midst of a financial crisis with the COVID-19 pandemic with much uncertainty this is definitely not the time to spend money you don't have or don't know the future budget demands. To move forward with this plan in the midst of this pandemic and tremendous financial uncertainty is very irresponsible and definitely not for the benefit of the school system or the community. So the question is, why does this board insist on going forward despite so many red flag, uncertainty, and objections? Please table this and do not move forward until more information and input can be obtained. Sincerely, Dawn and Flo Brumley. Gary McHale. It seems the board is trying to make up for its lack of organization and communication about a new high school last year by making a poor and hasty decision about restricting funds this year. Please stop this nonsense. Also, does the board not know how email works? Asking people to email from this time to that time makes no sense. It's not a phone call. You can read it at any time. Thank you, Gary McHale. And that was the last one.
Thank you. You did a great job. Okay. So we changed the first item that we're going to talk about is revised resolution restricting money for high school project. That's the first item.
Stephen, could I share a few thoughts as a recommendation on that?
Sure.
Over the last 6 weeks, we've had countless meetings seeking information about the return to in-person instruction, and rightly so. You wanted as much information as possible. You probably answered 250 plus questions. My concern this evening on this particular agenda item is, number one, we don't have the information needed to make this decision. We have no idea what our state budget may look like this year. We are preparing for a potential reduction. The FY22 budget hasn't even been established by the legislature. That will not happen until January at the earliest. I guess my biggest concern is what we're going to face when we get back to in-person, and what our students are going to deal with, and how we're going to help them overcome not only the academic concerns, but the social emotional side of things. Our kids are hurting. And for us to not have all of the necessary resources available to address those needs, it's concerning. And the longer we are out, the greater the needs become. I can't tell you the number of teachers who stopped me today as I visited schools and talked about how they miss their kids. So the needs are going to be great. As you looked at the information we shared this evening in preparing for potential reduction in state funds this year, the money's not even there to cover the restriction in 2021, much less in 22, 23, or any year beyond that. Normally I would tell you this, that I have a recommendation. I have a plea. And my plea is to not do this now. Is to wait until we get through this pandemic, to wait until we get our kids back in school and we address their needs. Thank you.
Debbie, I would make a motion that we table the items regarding the high school. After hearing from the public again tonight and Mr. Hawkins, I just think that the responsible and right thing to do would be to table all of these items about the high school and to focus on reentry.
This motion on the table, is there a second?
I'll second it to get to discussion.
About tabling?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there are a couple of things that I take away from the comments. One is there are very, strong feelings both ways. And I think definitely I have heard that from my constituents. I think that there is a part of me that says we have absolutely focused on reentry. And like Mr. Hawkins noted, we have asked question upon question on question. So it isn't as though adding this to the agenda has totally diverted our focus. And I think that across the United States and the world, businesses and schools are continuing to do their regular business as well as reacting to the pandemic and making the changes necessary. I do value Mr. Hawkins' input and think we have to look at that for its sincerity. We certainly are not the only school that is proceeding. All across Kentucky, capital projects are continuing. In looking, Fayette County's building 2, maybe 3 schools. And other counties have moved on, and there are other things that we have to consider as well. I understand the restriction of the $350,000 is a lot of money. I also understand that bond sales are at an interest rate that is lower than it has ever been, ever. And over the life of a bond, that's millions of dollars. So there's a lot for the board to consider in making this decision tonight.
Danny, I would just say, I think that the difference in projects in other counties is that they have a dedicated source of funding for that.
Some do.
What we're talking about here is taking money from the general fund. That means taking money away from teachers, taking money away from programs, taking money away from mental health, taking money away from substitutes, taking money away from reentry. It's not that we have the money sitting there and we could just utilize it. Our budget has been clear. When we did this restriction earlier this year, we did not have the money. It caused us to have deficit spending to end our last fiscal year. We do not have the money in our projected budget. We did not have it in our draft budget. We will not have it if we do the maximum tax rate. And what we're saying is, what I'm saying, what I hear the public saying is, I want a high school. I absolutely believe Woodford County deserves a new high school. But we can't get a new high school by robbing our general fund and taking the money that's so desperately needed during a pandemic, during an economic crisis, and diverting that money to set it aside for a building. That's what I'm hearing people say, and I've been hearing them say that for the past year and a half. And so I guess I would just add to Mr. Hawkins' plea and say, let's show through our actions what our priorities are. And our priority should be our students. Our priority should be making sure that we're meeting those needs. And I guess I would just ask our student if you have anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely, like the public has said, like we all know, I mean, Woodford County needs a new high school. We've needed one for a while. As of right now, during this pandemic, during these unprecedented times, as most of the public has stated, we need our priority to be focused on the mental health of our students and staff and the needs that we don't even know are going to come up throughout the school year. I mean, I think that should be the priority.
This is, and I know this is going to go down, this is a technicality. We voted on a BG1. It included $350,000 as part of the general fund bonding. That is inherently over 20 years. The board voted on that. We're not relitigating that vote right now. That's not what's on the agenda. Because the bond attorney said do it for 1 year, we changed it. In October, we had actually made it ongoing to support the bond. So we followed a bond attorney. It goes to KDE. They sent it back as not effective. They wanted it to not reflect 1 year because the BG1 we voted on and submitted and intended was that this 350 would support the bond. And that was over 20 years. I actually had a constituent reach out to me and say, what is this about? And I told him, and he goes, oh my gosh, I went through that with my mortgage company. I mean, I've laughed. We were stuck between a bond attorney and a KDE reviewer. This is just to get the BG1 complete. Those of us on the board for years know, and everyone will tell you, BG1s can be changed and are flexible. If it looks bad next year, if the next board says we want to unrestrict this, they can absolutely do it because until bonds are sold, this is not set in stone. So this is basically a request of the KDE. We've submitted the BG1, we voted on it, it had this funding. This is a request. It was sent back incomplete. This is nothing new. So I'm explaining that, but I think and I probably shouldn't have jumped into it because so I'm not going to repeat myself. I said it last week, and let's not all repeat ourselves on everything. But right now we have a motion to table everything for the high school and a second.
And Debbie, I do have some further discussion.
If I may.
Yes, please. Who is
this? Is Sam. Let me add just a little bit of context, and I'll be very brief. I will say, first off, I don't envy any one of you board members sitting where you are. And I don't envy any of the public that have been commenting on this, and that's spoken from a dad who has a daughter that has a master's in social work from the University of Kentucky, and a wife that teaches the 8th grade. I can tell you that I agree with those that have sent in a letter saying that your children are hurt. I know that. I hear it from my wife. I hear it from other school districts that we work in. So I understand the need for mental health. I understand for more in all areas of instruction, and now it's added upon. I understand all that. But let me make a little bit of a different point, because I believe the board needs to understand everything that they're voting upon as an informed board, and then when you can have a clear conscience when you make your call or your vote on this issue. The bonding rates right now for schools throughout Kentucky, it depends on what your bond rating is, what school district you are as low as 2.25. That is 2.25 points or percent if you think of it as a residential mortgage. If those bonding rates before you sell bonds, roughly 8 months from now, if those hold constant, we're going to hold that for 2.25, and I believe they'll hold pretty constant because of some other things going on, both the Federal Reserve, the way the interest rates are. I think you're going to see pretty constant rates, maybe not at 2.25, because that's about the best rate out there. But think of it this way. A normal rate is 4.15, 3.95 if you get pretty creative. For every point that rate goes up, it costs your school board $550,000 a year on a $55 million bond. That's 1% for 1 point. So what I'm saying is and I hate to be the harbinger of bad news, but if you don't make preparations now to take advantage and build a school while the rates are low, let's assume sometime in the next 8, 10 months, 12, you're at least 7 months away from knowing what the numbers are, 8 months away from being able to actually sell bonds. So the earliest you're going to sell bonds is April. You're going to be all the way through your legislative session, so you will know. You're going through this process. You're at design development now. When you approve that, you take it through the process. You can go so far as to completely bid this project, know every dollar that it's going to take to build it. If you don't have the money, you stop the project right then. You don't obligate no more money. You don't restrict no more money. You do none of that. If everything works out, maybe we get a federal allocation in a new stimulus package. Maybe the legislature does something creative come next year. There's lots of possibilities on top of all the negative. So what I'm trying to say is, the only thing we've heard is the real negatives for now. We haven't heard any of the positives. There's one more thing I want to bring to your attention real quickly. There was I hate to write but here, I'll have it real quickly. I get several industry newsletters, articles, things every week. Building Design and Construction, an industry newsletter that comes out weekly. And let me just read to you, and this is what we've been talking about for the last 4 or 5 months. In an article on August the 18th, 2020, John Caulfield, the senior editor for BD&C, and he wrote a real lengthy article on construction. I highlighted the important parts because I didn't want to waste your time, and bear with me just a moment. I'm just going to read the highlights, and I'll be glad to email this article to anyone that wants to read the whole thing. It says the negative impact of coronavirus is expected to result in non-residential construction.
Sam, you know what, we've got on our agenda, and I want to hear this from you, but right now, and thank you for your comments, I think they're going to fit into another one of our subjects. I'm sorry I haven't been leading us very clearly through this, so can I just interrupt you for 1 second?
Absolutely, go right ahead. I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, I know this is a difficult situation. So we have a motion on the floor and a second to table all the high school agenda items.
And I just had one more discussion or question for Sam. I guess
let's get through whether we're going to table this, okay?
This is about tabling. This is about tabling. So what I was going to say is, I understand that what you're saying, a reason not to table. However, you know, we want low bond rates, absolutely. We want a new school, absolutely. The problem is we don't have the money. So when we restricted this $350,000 in June, that left us a negative $145,000 balance. So we were negative for the fiscal year that ended in June. So I want to bargain as much as anyone, but we can't build a school with a negative balance. And then the other question is, what would it harm if we tabled all of these discussions tonight? What harm would there be in tabling these things and waiting till January when we have the budget from the state, when we have budget information from the district, when we have our tax rate set, when we kind of know where we're at with the pandemic a little bit further into it, when we know what our reentry costs are going to be and what we need to do for our students and our staff? What would be the harm in tabling all of these things until January? We'd originally said that's what we were going to do, table everything for the new board to kind of to make these decisions in January.
Yeah.
Can you answer the question?
Sam, is this something you feel comfortable answering? I mean, I was guessing that your comments were more towards whether we should go forward. I would like to get through the motion of and let other people talk.
Let me make one comment, please, to answer her question.
Okay.
She wants to know what it would hurt. What it will hurt is, and that was the article, and I'll be glad to forward it to you. That article dealt with that exact issue, Ms. Springate. The article says that construction is down between 5 and 10% today. They believe that construction costs are going to decline by 2 to 5% this year. They will pick up in the construction costs, and the bidding environment will start rising again after the second quarter next year. So not only will your interest rates go up, but so will your construction costs, because everyone will have had filled up their books or got the can, and then the normal price of material and labor will increase again, and it will follow the natural progression. At the end of the 2008 crisis, 2009 was a banner year and actually had lower rates. Everything started rising the first quarter of 10. So what it will hurt is if rates go up 1% or if construction cost goes up 4-5% and you wait till January, that means you won't be selling bonds until September, August, September, basically a year from now. You won't be able to build a school at all because you'll have even less money because of higher construction costs plus higher bond rates. I'm sorry for being so long, Madam Chairman.
No, I appreciate the information. So you're saying we should wait until January? We should
No, I'm saying if you wait until January, you're going to be 8 months. You're going to be, from now, you're going to be a full 6 months farther down the road, and it's going to cost you more to build the school because costs will start rising again. Interest rates could very easily go up 0.5 point or 0.8. And then what's going to happen, your debt service is going to go up that much more. So then you're going to be that much farther behind the curve with having the money to build it with.
So are you saying we should not pause at all?
So,
are you saying not to pause at all and we would begin this process when? The bidding and the building?
The earliest you'll be able to start building this building, you've got if you approve construction documents today, you get into design documents and it takes 5 months to get those from the architect. There's a 1 month bidding period, a 1 month bond sale. So the earliest you can start construction from today is 7 months.
Okay.
So you're going to be into April before you can even start construction. If you don't slow down at all, if you go full steam ahead, you're April before you even know what the true cost is to sell bonds is April. You're going to know what the legislature's done. Theoretically, we're going to know what COVID has done. So every month you put this off and pause it, you can very easily cost yourself money.
So it sounds like you're saying that we wouldn't really begin with the selling of the bonds or anything like that until after the first of the year, but that we should not pause now. There should be no pause.
I'm saying that if you continue with the program starting today to let the architect go forward, the earliest you will sell bond is the 1st of April.
Okay. And we could do that in January and sell bonds in April still, or no?
No, you would bid in February. We would have the design documents done January, February. February and March would be bidding and getting everything ready to sell bonds. It takes the bonding company 3 weeks plus. It's a minimum 4-week bidding window. So if the architect is done with the drawings by February 1st, that makes us sell bonds April 1st.
Okay.
I think he's already done with the documents.
Can we please
No,
get back
no, he's
on?
not.
No, he's not.
Kevin, would you mind speaking to that?
Kevin is not here. I would like to get back on our.
Yes, Kevin. Yes, ma'am. Kevin is.
I would like to get back on the agenda, and this is what I went over with Kevin and why I lined up the agenda this way. Everything that Sam has been talking about is pros and cons of pausing the project. Right now we have a motion in front of us to table all the agenda items on the high school. We have a motion and a second. So let's have a vote on that. Ms. Springate, you want to table all the motions on the high school?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
And I think
we've
that
heard from you,
Sam's.
so let's hear from somebody else. Ms. Bradley.
Do you want to give Mr. Wilson and Ms. Richardson a chance to weigh in on this?
Do you have anything to say before we vote on this?
I'll weigh in when we get to the agenda.
Okay, so you do not, so you're voting to not table them?
You're asking for my.
Yes, that's the motion on the floor. Ms. Richardson?
No.
Ms. Bradley?
No.
Okay, chair votes no. Okay. Kevin, thank you for joining us. Michael's here as well, so. We didn't know about you. We've jumped all around, and I'm sorry for that. The reason that I put these in this order was because the first four things are basically done. Now we're seem to be rehashing the 350,000, but I just explained this is basically an incomplete thing that everybody voted to send to KDE. We followed the bond attorney. Unfortunately, that was not a good idea. KDE didn't like it. It was just two different opinions between people. I've talked to the KDE. I've talked to the bond attorney. There is a resolution before us that will satisfy them both. And then we can complete the BG1, send it back, complete the BG1 that we voted on with the $350,000 ongoing commitment that can be reversed any time before we sell bonds. So that is the first agenda item.
I did have discussion.
Okay.
I disagree with their characterization that one-time expense of $350,000 is the same thing as $350,000 every year for 20 years for a total of over $7 million. Those are two different things. The reason KDE sent it back and we have to vote on it again is because we didn't have sufficient funding attached to it. So it's not just a technicality. We are voting on it and discussing it tonight because we did it incorrectly because they wouldn't approve our BG1. And so if at this time we choose not to restrict this money, then that would allow us to end the fiscal year that just ended in a positive instead of a deficit. And also, that would allow us to honor the wishes of our community and focus our general fund dollars on our students.
Okay, does anybody else, Ms. Bradley, do you have anything to say on this?
There's not a motion or a second on this yet, but I will say that actually we have approved it both ways. It was approved in October for 20 years. They came back and said that the language was incorrect. At their advisement, we changed it. So what you just said is not.
Well, then we don't need to vote on it. If your interpretation is that we've already done this, we don't need to vote on it.
We did it.
I mean, obviously, it's on the agenda.
But please let Ms. Bradley.
Did the board vote yes in October for recurring
Yes.
restriction? Just a couple questions though. Number one, that was before a pandemic hit. And number two, we had to take it out of contingency. I don't think we have an extra $350,000 in the budget this year. And I think that has to be considered and discussed before we just say this is a technicality to move a BG1 forward. Do we have the funds available to support the restriction? Even with the 4% tax rate, if the state budget happens the way that a lot of people think, we're not going to have the funds to cover. And so I do think that has to be part of the discussion is we didn't have the funds in the general fund last year to cover it when the action was taken. When we revised that resolution in June, then it was for 1 year, and now we are coming back to a multi-year. But I do think before that decision is made, I think we have to come to the realization, do we have the funds available or do we not?
Madam Chair, can you give us the specific reason why BG1 was returned back to us without interruption?
It was, I think it was sent out to everybody, and I had a lengthy conversation with Jeff Coulter at KDE when it was returned. We have on our BG1 a certain amount of money as funding from local general fund. And to support that amount was $350,000 ongoing. Because our resolution was only for 1 year, and I will say that he told me they request these resolutions from anyone who does uses general fund. They kicked it back, because if it is restricted for only 1 year, it's not gonna support that funding item on the BG1 from local sources. So when we changed it because of the bond attorney and sent that in, because there had been some confusion, and I think you all remember this, we changed our original BG1 from last October, which was for the 350. So to complete this BG1, everyone who has been on the board, and I think Mr. Hawkins would agree, and the architects and everybody, a BG1 is a very fluid document. It's not in stone. It's just like a first step. This is what we decided to do to complete. And to have a BG1, he also explained to me, they send back things all the time that are incomplete. He said he sent stuff back to Woodford County that was incomplete. This takes board action to complete, so it's getting a lot of attention. So that is why they sent it back, because the BG1 funding source from a local contribution, the resolution didn't support that. Is that clear? Okay. Mr. Wilson, do you have any comment or discussion on this?
To answer, superintendent brought up in the board, the board by action set aside $350,000 of new revenue. That was the funding source, new revenue. So I don't know if that answers your question.
That's not accurate, though. Because there wasn't new revenue to support the $350,000 because of the deficit from the prior year. The board took action in November to take the $350,000 from the contingency. So that was the board action. You may have thought there was going to be new revenue to support it. There was not. Therefore, the board took action in November to take it from contingency.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I think Ms. Bradley wants to say something.
But there was new revenue last year. The previous restriction of $600,000 that we have since removed had caused the deficit in that fund, correct?
Not completely, no.
All right.
So we were more than 950,000 over with the 600 and the additional 350.
We did end the fiscal year that just ended in June, negative 145,000 because of this restriction. If we put this restriction back within the fiscal year that just ended in June, 200,000 to the good. So the reality is not like what we guessed. The reality on our books, in our budget, was that we ended the fiscal year negative $145,000 because we restricted this $350,000 for the BG1. And we didn't have that in the revenue. We don't have that in our general fund. Over the past 2 years or so that we've been working on this high school, we've drained our contingency fund. It's down, how much, Mr. Hoffman? Over $1 million from our contingency or savings. So when we do these actions and when we approve these things, it's not just approving it and then setting it aside till January. It's approving it, which causes us to incur costs with the architect or with different vendors to the tune of, how much do you know how much we spent so far on the new high school? So it's not just not a cost, like we approve it and we set it aside, it doesn't cost anything. We approve it, and if we set it aside or don't set it aside, it's cost us $800,000 so far, and cause our contingency to go down, and cause our budget to not be balanced, and for us to have to operate in a deficit spending situation.
Does it need? Okay.
Madam,
I'm just going to try to let someone else speak.
Madam
Go ahead.
Chairperson, are we on the agenda Are we on the agenda?
We're on the revised resolution restricting money for high school project. It's a revision of that resolution.
Thank you.
And the request of KDE so that BGY can be completed.
For purposes of addressing item L, I would make the following motion. At a regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Woodford County School District held August 24th, 2020 at 6:00 p.m. local time at the Woodford County High School, Versailles, Kentucky, with all members present. Thereupon, after discussion of the use of general fund revenues toward payment of the cost of the school building construction project or debt service on bonds issued to finance construction projects, a motion was made and seconded that the following resolution be adopted. A resolution of the Board of Education of the Woodford County School District annually setting aside $350,000 of general fund revenues for the use toward the payment of the cost of the construction project identified in BG 19-353 and or debt service on school building revenue bonds issued to finance such costs. Whereas the Board of Education of the Woodford County School District desires to undertake the acquisition, construction, installation, and equipping of school building improvements within the districts described in the district's BG 19-353 New Woodford County High School, the construction project, and to direct the Woodford County School District Finance Corporation, the corporation, to issue school building revenue bonds, the bonds, in order to finance all or a portion of the cost of the construction project. And whereas the board has determined that the dedicated sources of revenue for payment of the cost of the construction project or debt service on the bonds would not be sufficient and is therefore necessary and desirable for the board to annually supplement such dedicated sources of revenue with $350,000 of revenues from the district's general fund for so long as such supplementation is necessary to pay costs of the construction project and or to pay debt service on the bonds. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Woodford County School District that the board hereby sets aside, budgets and encumbers $350,000 of general fund revenues annually for 20 years or such longer period of time as is necessary to pay the cost of the construction project and or to pay debt service on the bonds to be issued by the corporation to finance the construction project described in BG 19-353 New Woodford County High School beginning in fiscal year 2019 to 2020, and that, let me rephrase that, beginning the fiscal year 2019-2020, and that the foregoing resolution amend, replace, and supersede all prior actions of the board with respect to any amount or amounts to be set aside, budgeted, or encumbered from the general fund with respect to the construction project. Passed and approved on August 24th, 2020. Upon a vote being taken on the motion to adopt the above resolution, the resolution was as follows. I make that motion, Madam Chairperson.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Wilson and a second by Ms. Richardson.
Can I ask where the money will come from?
It's less than 1% of our budget. If the budget is slashed in January, we can always redo this.
It's less than the amount of the overage in distilled spirits from what we projected and what we took in.
This is for the 1920 year beginning. We don't have that money in the distilled spirits for the 1920 fiscal year that just ended. So we would have to say where the money would come from, right?
Just a point on the distilled spirits, Ms. Bradley, and I know that we were very fortunate to get a nice increase. We ended with a $145,000 deficit by gaining $350,000 more than we budgeted. Had we not gotten that big of an increase, our deficit would have been $500,000. So I think we need to be mindful of that. I think the other thing too, and I certainly understand the board's probably going to vote for this. I knew that when I came in. We've also taken in a cost of close to $450,000 with new positions over the last 2 weeks, 2 months, I'm sorry, with our new bus monitors, with our new teaching positions and IAs. We're going to have cleaning service costs. We're going to have, as we've already identified, needs that our kids are going to have, and we have no idea what those costs will be. And so, again, I will plead with you. Now is not the time to restrict this money with what we do not know and what we know.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Ms. Frigget?
I'm sorry, before we vote, Mr. Hawkins, with respect to what fund this is going to be paid out of, and looking at last week's treasurer's report, the capital outlay fund is at $545,000, and that can only be used for capital projects, correct?
It can be used for other types of general fund expenditures.
If you do fund requests.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a restricted fund for building.
Not just completely for building. It can be used for other general funds. We could pay insurance with it. So there are different uses for the capital funds.
What is it primarily used for?
What have we used it for?
Over
my time in the school district, we have used it to repave parking lots. We have used it to add bus canopies. We have used it to put security cameras in all of our schools. So we have done small projects that would have normally come out of our general fund maintenance budget. We've used those dollars for that. So now, and again, this is, we're also talking about restricting 80% of our capital outlay, and I know some districts do that. Not all do.
I think we've been told it's 95%.
I don't think it's 95%. I would venture to say when I sent out something to my colleagues, it was about 50-50. So there may be more. I don't know that it's 95%. But to those funds now, those projects are going to have to be covered from our general fund now. So we have shifted costs over to the general fund in addition to what we've already added.
So, but my question is, so if we paid the $350,000 out of the capital outlay fund, it would still leave a balance of approximately $200,000.
You can do that one time.
But it's replenished every year by state funds.
But you've already committed 80% of that capital outlay on the bond. So you won't have $350,000 moving forward. We only get $360 to begin with.
So then,
All right, go ahead, but this is something, if we're rehashing our BG1 vote right now. So if we want to relitigate that, that's what we're doing.
no, we're not. We're discussing the restriction of the money right now.
Right,
And how
which
it should be
was restricted to support the BG.
I understand that, but that's not what we're discussing. That's another agenda item.
Okay.
I'm just
No,
asking
that's
the
this one.
questions. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I have a complete understanding of where the fund balances sit and how it's restricted.
Right.
And the construction fund has $480,000 in it. And that money has an expectation of being used on capital projects.
You can use those for cash, absolutely. And that's been, I think that's been explained in prior meetings.
Well, we've had, exactly. So we've had this
So we
discussion
can use
before.
that cash. This is a long-term commitment. It is not a one-time deal. If it was a one-time deal, you could find the $350 out of the capital outlay, pay for it, and be done.
Well, and I think that with the nickel having failed, that is kind of the expectation, is that we find the funding. Because everyone that commented tonight virtually, everyone said, we need a new school.
Right. And almost everyone that commented said, please don't do this now. So I heard loud and clear from many in our community, and that's what I've heard over the last year and a half. So I don't know what the number was tonight, but it was overwhelming.
I think,
And I heard it from teachers.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? That has not been, any questions, something that's not been said yet? Ms. Richardson, do you have any questions or comments?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Wilson?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Bradley, have you got your questions answered?
yes.
All right. So, let's vote. Revise the resolution as Mr. Wilson read, restricting money for high school project to complete the BG1, send back to KDE. Ms. Riggin?
No.
Ms. Bradley?
Yeah, I vote yes, knowing that this can be revisited if the January numbers come out badly.
Okay, Ms. Richardson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Motion passes 4-1. Can we get that resolution to
Yep.
KDE, Mr. Hopkins, so to complete the BG1? Next item, approve design development drawings for the Woodford County High School project. We've had these designed. Michael, I don't know if you want to talk about them, or Kevin. Is Kevin still with us? Yes, I did. We voted to change them.
I didn't, sorry.
Do you want to? Was EXO?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple questions, Michael, before you get into this, because this is going to impact several items on this. When you all put together the documents in the BG2 and the BG3, I noticed that there was a pretty substantial decrease in the cost, about $2 million. Did you all work with any district staff in coming up with those new numbers?
So, and Kevin, I don't know if you want to comment or I can take it as well.
Yeah, we have not had any value engineering discussions with the district staff. That committee has not been formed yet, so that's not what has happened. The BG3 was dropped down from the BG1 because there's a requirement for the BG3 to be within 10% of the BG1. Okay. So that was the reason why the BG3 numbers are down the amount that you're seeing, Scott.
So was that based on those some items in the construction? Because there were a couple of areas that I was just really concerned about. One was the single ply roofing, and I was kind of curious why we went with that, because we have single ply roofing now on the current high school, and we've had all kinds of issues. And anytime that we've had something replaced, we've replaced it with 2-ply. I know there's 2-ply roofing on Great Crossing, and there's 2-ply roofing on Frederick Douglass. So just kind of curious as to why we would start a project with something that appears to be less than what we may want for the full project.
The roofing that we're showing it's a elastomeric PVC roofing, and that's what's being used on the majority of most schools nowadays, because the SBS modified bitumen roofs that have asphalt as their base are no longer being built because of EPA regulations and things like that. So this roof is no different than what we're seeing on some of the newer high schools that are out there. I think it's a terminology issue more than anything else, and I don't know if Dave West wants to chime in on that, or Sam.
Is it a single ply, Kevin?
It's a single ply 60 mil PVC roof is what is specified right now.
Okay. But I guess I'm just kind of curious, because when we replace sections here, they've been 2-ply, because we have a single ply now. And I know it may be a different roof, but it just seems.
Probably is.
And then, but I don't know about the roofing on the other 2 new high schools in this area. My understanding that they were 2-ply. So.
Right. Yeah, but this product, the PVC membrane especially over this lightweight concrete insulating deck, is a very robust system.
Okay. And then my second one was on the rubber tile in the hallways. And I guess just having talked with a couple of schools that have had that down, it didn't last, had to be replaced very quickly. It showed dirt, it couldn't be cleaned very well. And while I know Terrazzo is a lot more expensive, when you look at this building, if you think the thing that's held up the best out of anything in this building, it's probably those floors. And so I guess why would we go with the rubber tile if maybe it's not the same quality as what we will want, particularly in our high traffic areas like the hallways? To me, I think it would make much more sense to spend a little more on the front end instead of having to do some replacement stuff more quickly. So
it's a very
That was kind of the BC2 vibe. Go ahead.
Your connection is kind of bad. If we could let Michael try and answer it, it's tough for us.
Oh, sure.
Sure, and also, maybe if you backed up or something, Bob, if you.
Go ahead, Michael. I'm sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say that typically it's very typical to list terrazzo flooring as a bid alternate. That's fairly standard and something that we could certainly pursue moving forward. We had left it in there up until sort of the last second here, and so that's certainly something that can be priced. And again, we'll get into talking about the favorable bid environment that already was discussed, but bid alternates are one of those things that you can then start to look into if
I guess
favorable bids.
I understand that. I guess my thought is, so if we're talking about, that's just a couple of areas that I recognize. It just makes me wonder, because again, we dropped $2 million. And I know that's because of, we had to have the BG3 within a certain percentage of BG1. What did we reduce to get it down to $2 million?
I will say that we haven't had that value engineering discussion with the district, but we did identify, I believe it was $2.8 million worth of value engineering items that we would like to discuss. And we thought that, and we reduced the amount on the BG3, I feel like a conservative amount based on the amount of value engineering items that we had identified, plus the forecast for a favorable bidding environment coming up.
Okay, but you didn't involve any staff?
Not yet. Well, we certainly would like to. We would love to have that just as soon as possible.
Should we have that before we vote, do you think? The discussions?
I don't know. I'm just asking because, again, I haven't had any conversations with you guys probably in 9 months.
Yep.
So
we would certainly love to have that conversation now. I will say this is standard to go through value engineering. The first time that we kind of go from square foot costing to very detailed costing is in the design development phase, and then looking into just at this time, and this is the standard time that we then get into really deeply into looking at these value engineering options and really figuring out the items that aren't going to affect the quality of education in the building and aren't going to affect long-term maintenance items like you're suggesting, and working with the district to figure out where is the value and where are the places that can be cut from the initial design that just make it a little bit better in terms of cost, things that could have been cut anyway. And again, it's just an evolution, a natural evolution that we go through on every project. So the amount that we reduced the BG3 was, again, I think conservative in light of the amount that we had identified, plus looking ahead for the favorable bidding environment that we expect to see in the coming year.
So
I'd love to talk about
part of the reduction was because of the flooring that he referenced.
That was actually, that was not.
But a lot, but some of the reduction was just because you did a more thorough, just because the bids were going down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a natural process that sometimes things get included early in the design. They get weeded out as we figure out priorities. It's as simple as that. And as we go along, we get a more refined cost, and we figure out things that may have been included that weren't as necessary, and other things that we definitely decide that are important to the district. So it's a natural evolution of this process as we go along. And we really get into it at this phase. You know, like I say, prior to this schematic design, we're really looking at per square foot, we're looking at comparable past projects, things of this nature. The actual cost opinion that we worked with Trace Creek on for this was a detailed takeoff kind of cost opinions where we did get into the details for the first time. And it was at that point where we started identifying some of these value engineering options. I think that perhaps value engineering, which again is a natural process in the design process, was misunderstood as somehow ending up with a subpar project, and that's not at all, I believe, where we are at all. And again, it's just a natural part of getting down to the budget that we need to work with.
So if we approve this developmental drawings, they go to KDE, is that correct?
That is correct. So
and then we would get comments back from them?
That's exactly right. That's the next step. So
this was nothing in stone, it's nothing, it's just for them to review and then come back, and it's just a continuous process.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you don't mind, could I interrupt you real quick? So, and hopefully the video or the audio is not bad on this. So the thing that we're doing here is we have done design development. Design development is approximately 35% design process. There's another 40%, roughly another 40% of this for construction documents. There is still time to change the design details and things like that with the steering committee or whatever. Work with form to assist us in getting that information from the district. So this is still a very fluid process. The BG1 is a fluid document. The BG2 is an outline specification. The BG3 has two requirements for submitting ADE. This is the first of that. The design development submittal. Then there will be a construction document submittal for the BG3 that will be more refined as we move along. So we're still in the process of design. And going back to what Sam was saying earlier, at this point in time, we need 7 months to complete the construction documents. In order for us to do that, we absolutely have to have the advisory committee, steering committee, whatever, from the district that's going to assist us moving forward, if you choose to move forward. So that 7 months puts us into March, April for doing this. And as Sam said, who knows what's going to happen in the future, but everything that we're reading right now with the professional organizations, the webinars, the publications that we read on a regular basis says that Q2 of next year, most likely we'll start to see some rising of interest rates as well as construction costs. So by doing this at this point in time, you are saving money potentially, but also at the same time, you're allowing a new board perhaps in January to make the ultimate decision about what is best for Woodford County. I understand about pausing. You guys have every reason to pause if that's what you want to do. But as a professional, it is my duty, our duty, to inform you of favorable conditions like this. This is part of the due diligence that we are required to give any district that we work with.
Okay, but before we can even get to whether we want to pause and go on to construction documents, we need to get this developmental drawings approved and sent to KDE.
That's right.
Correct.
Is that correct? So that is just another thing we have to tie up and about. It's already been completed. Mr. Hawkins had some questions, but it will be commented on by KDE and sent back and can still be revised, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So we have to.
It has to be board approved, but we will receive,
Right, we have to
receive
approve it
comments
tonight,
and we
so
will
it can
respond
go
to
to
them. That's a
KDE.
natural part of the process. It will be, they will have comments on some items in there. It's always, it happens every time.
And if I may interject one more time, sorry, I apologize, Michael.
No, you're fine.
We have already billed for 100% of design development.
Okay.
The work that we're asking, the agenda items that we're asking for tonight are not going to be an additional cost to the district. This is just a quality of committee work.
Right. Okay,
Madam
so,
Chairperson,
yes.
I move that we approve the design development drawings for Woodward County High School Project BG 19-35.
Do I have a second? I have a motion by Mr. Wilson and a second by Ms. Richardson.
I have discussion.
Okay, we've had quite a bit of discussion, so let's not repeat, just go ahead and ask. Yeah, no, that's fine, I'm just trying to give everybody a chance. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a question about so we approved a $50 million schematic in December, and I guess this is different because there have been $2.8 million in cuts. Is there any way we could get like a list so we could see what those cuts are? Just to see what was value engineered out so that we could kind of compare what we approved and what the steering committee approved versus what we're now talking about, which it sounds like it's $2.8 million in value engineering cuts. Is that something we can have?
We have not made any value engineering cuts at this point in time because we have not put together a steering committee that will be able to assist us in doing that. So that's not something that we can unilaterally do, and that has not been done. As Michael was explaining earlier, the schematic design, the cost opinion for that was based largely on our experience as well as trends in construction and in conversations with Trace Creek and coming up with a per square foot cost for a facility of this type. So there has not been any DE items that have been approved at this point in time. This is a fine tuning of the cost estimate based on more information and more detail.
So there have been no value engineering cuts. The $2.8 million reduction was just because what?
The $2.8 million in construction, again, that was going from a per square foot cost during schematic design to a more detailed estimate put together by the design team and the construction manager. We have not gone through value engineering options at this point in time because we have not gotten a steering committee from the district put together.
So the whole okay, Sherry, thanks for bringing this up. The whole 2.8 million reduction, none of that has anything to do with any value engineering. It's simply because you did a more specific estimate with
based on current trends.
Based on current situation. Is that correct?
So the $2.8 million, that was not from schematic design to design development. The design development estimate that we did and what we included on the BG3 were about $2.8 million different from one another.
Okay.
And the reason that we did that $2.8 million is because we have to be within 10% of the BG1 with our BG3. I know it's complicated.
In fact, it was only 1.8 million. And again, we used a conservative amount,
Well,
knowing that there was more possibilities.
How did you get it down 1.8 million? I understand it had to be within, the BG3 had to reflect accurately the monetary value on the BG1. Those had to be within a certain amount. Because we can't say BG1 for 30 million, we're going to build a school for 60. But how did you get it down, the 2.8 million, if we didn't make any changes in the
$1.8 million, there's an item in there for $500,000 for direct purchase order savings, tax savings, basically. That is something that every single district would do. You could totally feel comfortable that the board would take the direct purchase order and save that 6% sales tax on material purchases. That's $500,000. The other amount there is realizing that this BG3 is going to get modified during construction documents, and it'll get fine-tuned then once we go through the value engineering process with the appropriate steering committee.
So I guess my question is, this total project cost that you have on this BG3 is what you think that the total project will cost. It was $53,975,000, and now it's down to $47,377,290.
That's the base. That's the base. It should. That is base. 53.9 went down to 52.1. If you just subtract out the 1.8 million, is that correct?
And it just went down because we put it on the BG3 and it has to reflect closely to the BG1. but there have been no actual value engineering cuts yet.
That process.
That is correct.
Yeah, that process has
Thank
not
you.
been completed.
Does anyone else have any questions or discussion? So we had a motion by Mr. Wilson, am I remembering that correct?
Yes, you are.
And a second by Ms. Richardson. Let's vote on approved developmental design drawings for Woodford County High School project, Mrs. Springate.
No.
Ms. Bradley.
Because they're already complete and there is no cost associated with submitting them to KDE, I can't see a downside, so I vote yes.
Ms. Richardson.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Motion passes 4-1. All right, approve BG2 for Woodford County High School project. This was attached to our agenda. A BG2, we have just approved of 100 of these since I've been here. Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Wilson and a second by Ms. Richardson. Any discussion?
I did have a couple questions. It looks like the alternates are not included. Is that correct?
The proposed alternates are included.
They are included.
Oh,
They're listed on.
so they're at this one?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you go on down to the energy efficiency part, it says no for LEED certified and no for design to meet Energy Star. I guess I'm just concerned because we've always been a district that's done very well with our Energy Star ratings. And I know that that saves us lots and lots of money in the long run. Why would we not want that to be yes?
So I guess I'll speak about in terms of what our current design, the energy goals that are kind of based on the assumptions in the design that's been costed. And the performance would be at a very high level. These are sort of check boxes regarding certifications. The actual performance of the school would be very good. I will say that. So if there's any concerns about actual energy performance, it would be an outstanding, based on the design as it currently sits, it would be an outstanding energy performance.
Would it meet Energy Star qualifications then?
I would say probably without a doubt.
Well, let me qualify that as far as LEED is concerned. Most school buildings do not go for LEED. So Michael, I don't know if you want to go into that, but as far as Energy Star, that's an easier bar for us to meet from a performance standard. So that's strictly measuring the performance of the school. And I think currently right now, if you get below 43 DUI, then you're going to get Energy Star based on how you operate the building. LEED is not typically done for a lot of school buildings, especially in the state. There are a few, but that is something that we can discuss. There are a lot of requirements based on LEED certification that are a little bit controversial, and that would be something that is discussed. And there would be additional cost related to getting LEED certification with the U.S. Green Building.
That's usually the reason it's not pursued.
What about the net zero? I know Warren County has built several schools that are at net zero. Is this one that could be at that level or not?
I mean, it's the sort of thing on the BG2, we check no, but in terms of the actual performance expected, would it be in the range to be considered net zero ready? Perhaps. I mean, that we're talking, a really pretty high performing building, really.
Let me just add that most of those schools that are net zero ready, those rely on photovoltaics to be added to the roof to supplement the energy. Even though the cost of that has come down quite dramatically lately in the last 5 years or so, that still is a large financial commitment to the project in order to do that. So a net zero ready school has an EUI spending somewhere around 21, 22. We fully believe that we can get down there, but we are not advertising the fact that we're net zero ready or capable or being net zero at this point in time, because frankly, it's just too early into the design process to make that determination.
And then it also says no under whole existing life cycle cost analysis demonstrating cost-effective design. It says no there. What does that?
That is not typically seen. That very often that's associated with the mechanical systems, but that's not something that we typically see moving ahead on typical high school projects.
So, Ms. Springate, the whole idea of doing the cost analysis, the life cycle cost analysis, is something where you take a look at each system that's being used and you determine how long that is going to last. And that guides you in the whole value engineering process. So you don't want to make a decision on value engineering based on cost alone. You project it out in 15, 20 years to see what the overall cost is going to be during that longer time period than just a one-year bid cost. So that's something that's what makes the value engineering process so important and so important to get the district involved in that, because it's not just about money.
So would we want to actually look at that? The life cost of these systems, would that be something we would want to look at, or no?
We will be doing that as part of the value engineering process, regardless of whether that box is checked on the BG2 or not.
Exactly. It's a natural part of that value engineering.
I would say that I would absolutely like to see that as well going forward.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could do that check to the yes box. And then, so I guess the BG2 is for a classroom building. It does not include an auditorium. It does not include a greenhouse. It does not include track and field. It does not include geothermal. And what is this? It does not include Tyrone Pike ROW work or Schoolhouse Road.
So these are right-of-way works. So when you're connecting to both state and local roads, you have to bid them as bid alternates because the school district actually can't pay for that. Either the city or the state, whoever owns the road, has to reimburse the school district for that. So it's actually a state regulation. So we do have to include those as bid alternates to price them separately so that money can be reimbursed.
And sorry to add a bit here, but those alternates that are listed on that BG2 have not been approved by the district yet. So we don't know that they are going to provide the process to the steering committee. We listed the ones that we thought of at the time, but those have not been approved. And then we would issue a revised BG2 if need be to reflect the actual steering committee decisions.
And I did have a question about the heating and ventilation systems. I know that's a big deal right now with the pandemic, obviously, and this building was designed pre-pandemic. So I guess, is there any way we can kind of look at that and make sure that...
Absolutely.
And could you talk a little bit about the energy efficient nature of the new school versus the existing, and also the ventilation system, how much different that would be for our students and staff?
Of course. So in a new high school, like the one that we're designing, you're bringing in fresh air, you're bringing it through an energy recovery unit, so you're passing the heated or cooled air inside the building across the air going out, so you're not losing the energy, but you are bringing in the fresh air. And very often you're doing it based on sensors looking at CO2 in the spaces, so it's a demand control system. At least that's the most efficient way to do it. So fresh air is something, it's provided at a high level in schools, I will say, much higher than other building types actually. And so that would be, that's certainly in our design to provide a full building energy recovery fresh air system. Clean fresh air.
Would this design need any upping in light of the pandemic, or would the ventilation that you expect in a brand new building like this to already be adequate?
Yeah, I think it's worth discussing it as we move ahead with our MEP consultants in more detail about other strategies that may potentially be able to be added, and kind of evaluate those moving forward.
So that would be another maybe
change with the advisory committee.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion? Mr. Wilson, Ms. Richardson, Ms. Bradley, you have anything? All right, we have a motion.
Debbie, I did have another question, just about the special equipment. So it does not have whiteboards in the classrooms, no?
Well, no, we certainly do.
We do.
Yeah.
So check that one.
Sorry.
Where are you seeing that, Sherry?
Under special equipment, it says we have the bell system, it says the clock is NA, we get a fire alarm system, an intercom system, no telephone, complete with equipment, but we get wiring. Television is NA, computer we get wiring, it looks like. Is that will that be sufficient for to wireless?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the interactive whiteboard. Is the
Yeah, so those are provided by the district typically. So the TV monitors, the end connection for the wireless hubs, things like that are typically done by the district. That number is actually reflected in one of the rough costs that you'll see for the equipment and terminals, which I think we have. I'm not sure exactly what the number is right now, but I think it was $500,000 and $750,000 earmarked for those types of items.
I saw there was some additional documents about the computer system, and I guess Mr. Dixon and Mr. Hawkins would be involved in that whenever you guys get to that point and talk with the district staff.
Absolutely. And it was just the interactive whiteboard is not the technology that we're.
Interactive touch displays.
That's
what
right.
we want.
And
these are probably details that we'll
in a
just
way,
get
I mean,
into later as we progress down the road.
Exactly. I mean,
Okay.
it was. I mean, in a way, that's an older technology than what the district is pursuing.
And then it says for equipment, for fixed equipment, no teacher cabinets, no student lockers, yes on folding bleachers, no library furnishings, no, yes on dry food shelves, yes on custodial shelves, yes on science laboratories, and then other says fixed bleachers. What does that mean, fixed bleachers?
So there are both fixed and movable bleachers in the design. The fixed ones are located above the locker room areas. So that's just why that was noted there. So in addition to movable bleachers, there were also some fixed ones in this design. The other things, again, are district provided loose furnishings. So not in this construction contract.
And then the last page just talks about the finishes. It looks like there's rubber tile in the corridors, rubber tile in the cafeteria, rubber tile in the music room, and rubber tile in the F&B room. I think when we toured the schools, we toured some very brand new schools, and they were already replacing that rubber tile. So we might want to check.
And I think Mr. Hawkins, we talked about that.
Yeah,
and then it says VCT and the science, the art, and the classrooms. What's VCT?
That would be vinyl composition tile. That's your typical form that you would have in your classrooms, like in this school.
Okay. So we have thank you, Sherry. We have a motion and a second. Let's vote on approving the BG2. Mrs. Springate.
No.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Mrs. Richardson.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 4-1. Okay, let's go through the BG3. We're 10 o'clock. So this is a statement of probable cause. Can you just give a short scenario of what this purpose of this document is and how it was derived, either Kevin or Michael?
Kevin, do you want to go for that one?
You can if you want to, if it would be easier.
Yeah, that's
fine. Then.
Yeah. So basically, again, this is something that the design team and the construction management team went through together. We developed takeoffs. Again, this was the first time we kind of got into that level of detail. Looked at a number of factors moving forward and identified these costs. Again, these are developed both through the design team, the architects, as well as all of our consultants making their cost opinions along the way, and then checking that against what the construction management team is actually seeing from their bidders and getting feedback along the way. So that's how this
And we
was derived.
talked about kind of that process of how these reductions came about.
Sure.
Things like that. I think we covered that earlier.
Yep.
Do we have a motion to approve BG3 for Woodford County High School Project BG 19353?
So moved, Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Mr. Wilson. Have a second? Second by Ms. Richardson. Any discussion?
I just have one quick question. It says other costs described, $270,000. What is that? It's line 23.
Michael, I think that's listed under the BG1 on the page 2. The $270,000 was an item that was listed on page 2. And I'm trying to remember what that was.
Yeah. Equipment and computers.
Yeah.
Ms. Bradley, do you have anything, questions, or Ms. Richardson? Mr. Wilson? Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Ms. Springate, do you yay or nay on approving the BG3 for Woodford County High School Project?
No.
Ms. Bradley?
Okay.
Ms. Richardson? Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, 4-1. So those are ready to go to KDE then. Okay, now big question. Determine whether to pause the high school project. I think we've had a lot of discussion tonight, kind of intermixed with other topics of pros and cons. With the completion, Kevin or Michael, this is my understanding, with the completion of the things we've just approved, we're at the construction document phase.
Typically, yes, that would.
What do you mean typically?
Well,
is there
typically,
anything else we need to do?
no. What I'm
Okay.
saying is that typically the board approves design development documents, and the next step is kind of automatically we move into construction.
Right, because
In
we're
this
in
case,
a position we want to talk about and have an active vote about whether we want to.
That's the only thing different.
So the thing with the construction phase is it's 40% of your fee, which is going to be about $800,000. And I think it's important because, you know, we hear things like, oh, it just, you know, we just hear things that you pay those monies out to mechanical engineers, blah, 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 blah. It's not all.
Sure.
And even if it was all for you, we were paying you for your services with a schedule set by KDE, not any more or any less than any other architect. So that's a negative, obviously. That's a con, maybe, to spend that money. I think where would that money would probably come out of our building fund or construction fund or capital outlay, if we decided to do that. Would you agree with that, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, it would have to come from one of those funds. I think we've been paying out of the construction fund up to this point.
Right. When we went over the financial statements earlier, we got down to the building fund, which is negative now. My rough calculation.
But it's always negative at this time.
It's always negative. We're expecting 3.2. Did you have something on this, Mr. Wilson, or?
Yeah, I think by November, there should be, I think, Mr. Hawkins, you can correct me, neighborhood of 1.6, 1.7 million in that category.
And that was still, and we still have 480 in the construction fund that we had at the end of July, and then the capital outlay continue restricted. So there is, go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you agree with Mr. Wilson? I was looking away.
I'd have to look at the figures to be able to do some calculations. Obviously, you all looked at that, so.
Actually, you said how much would be left in there, Mr. Wilson?
I said 1.6. Is it more than that?
In the construction fund?
The building fund.
The building fund.
It's Mr. Hawkins had sent us the numbers, and that's how I got the calculation, just the ending balance of July plus our expected November revenues minus, he had sent us the bonding schedule too, what was left to be paid in bonds, which was $570,000.
Okay. So
that is a significant cost. why don't you tell us what happens with the construction document phase, if you don't mind?
Sure, absolutely. So that's really where we get into detailing out a building and being able to put together a complete set of documents, both drawings and specifications, to be able to bid the project and build it ultimately. This is the legal documents essentially that you go into contract with a contractor. It's the standard against which the building is built. So it's a very detailed process, both in drawings and the specifications. And it's really where every little aspect of the building, every single item that goes in the building is figured out during this phase. So it's really where the sort of schematic has gone to design development. It's a little more refined. This is really where it gets pinned down and finalized in order to put the building on bid.
And that has to be completed before you could bid.
That's right. I mean, those are the documents that the contractor.
And what is the approximate length of time for that?
So approximately 5 months is what we've put in our schedule.
So if we wait, every month we wait, it is another month to be able to go to bid.
Yeah, and also, it's talking, so we kind of look, when we develop the schedule, we look out to the opening of the school, of course. And so basically, again, with a bid date in April, perhaps May now, depending on where this goes, it's still doable to get in fall of 2023 in a building, I believe, in terms of the schedule. Beyond that, again, we've talked about the kind of favorable bidding conditions.
Yes.
But beyond that, it's pushing what can be reasonably done in terms of the time it takes to build it and actually get in by that date. So you would perhaps be pushing out one semester or a year if that's
right. But if we wanted to just get to the point to bid, we need to go forward now, and that would put us
if we move forward right now, if the board decides that, then it would still be on track to get in the building in fall.
Well, what about when to bid?
Bid, it would be probably mid-April to perhaps May.
And that's second quarter, like Sam and Kevin maybe referenced. When Sam was talking about interest rates, I do know that the last bond sold in the school was 1.99. It's just stunning. Whether we've missed the window for that probably. But so you had mentioned that second quarter, and again, these are all projections. And again, it's important to know when people question this, these are millions of dollars in construction costs because of the pandemic that it might go, are not millions, but a lot would go down in the construction costs. It could be millions in those interest rates. So that's the con. There's pros and cons to everything. Very few things in life are all wrong or all right. So I just hope we can discuss it in that way and stick to what's the pros and cons of going forward with this right now.
So when would the construction documents be complete?
Well, we had originally projected basically the first of the year. That may be pushed up to maybe February, depending on. But somewhere in the January, February.
Okay, that's when and then that's when the bidding would start.
Given that timeline, and I would just respectfully ask the board. I believe I emailed you about this a couple of months ago. With a new board coming in January, I think it's extremely unfair to put them in a situation where they've got to decide about a bid on a project when they don't know if they're going to have the funds available to support it. Because we won't know really about our current state budget in January. We won't know FY22 in January. And to ask them in basically one of their first or second meetings to approve a bid without knowing that, I think is extremely unfair to them. So I would respectfully ask, and I think it makes perfect sense, to push this back at least a few months to give them the opportunity to know more about where we are financially, and to make that determination. Is there a risk because of construction costs? Yes, there is. There's a risk of not having enough money to cover the cost as well. And that scares me a lot more. So I would respectfully make that request again, as I did a couple of months ago, and I was chastised for making that request because I was told that we needed to focus on reentry. And so I'll make that request tonight.
I was wondering too, is it typical to wait for KDE's feedback on the submission of the VG 1, 2, and 3 before going into the design development or construction development?
Not really. I mean, the way schedules are typically set up, yes, there's some time allotted for that. But in turn, yes, we will respond to them, but there's enough time allotted in the schedule, in the construction documents to allow for responding to those.
Typically we do not wait for KDE comments before proceeding.
You do or do not?
Do not.
We do not.
And I just wanted to also clarify that the construction documents phase is not, there's not a bid associated with it. So the January, February date, it would be another submittal to the board that the board would approve. And again, like we're doing in design development, it would also go back to KDE and construction documents prior to bid. Then the bidding and negotiation phase would be next. And then again, it's sometime April, May that we're talking about receiving an actual bid.
I think the other point or the other side of this, and again, there's so many sides, it's like the pandemic, there's no right or wrong. We have invested in a developmental design. So at some point, we had a lot of hours spent by a lot of people, by a lot of money. The board approved it by a majority. We stand behind our majority votes. That's our ethics. So if we pushed forward now with the construction document, what would we leave for the next board if that's what we're thinking? We would leave a shovel-ready project. They could decide to bid it. They could consult with you and decide this is not a good time to bid it. It could be let's wait. Maybe it'll be a better time to bid later. I'm assuming those kinds of considerations come in. I know they do when you sell bonds. Sure. But that's good. That's what we would leave them as the shovel-ready project. If we don't go forward, we leave them a developmental design that's had a lot of money invested in it, a lot of time, a lot of input. It's not a partial building. It is a good building. There will be more decisions made about it, as just like in any building, you're always tweaking it. And they will have to decide if they want to go forward with the construction documents, spending months doing that, or if they want to just, I hope that we're not wasting this investment that we've already made. So there's good and bad, like let's just stop, let's see what's happening. Until the bids are made, and I've had people tell me this, until we get our bids, we're not going to know. You just don't know until then. So we can speculate all we want. But those are the pros and cons to me. Leave the next board, a shovel-ready project that they can bid or confer with you, decide to bid or not. Stop it now. Don't spend the money. Let them come in and decide, do we want construction documents so that we can bid, which will be another 8 months to go through that process. Perhaps losing the good interest environment and the good construction cost environment. So is that kind of the pro and con here, do you think?
That's a good summary. Yes.
I think knowing the financing too. I think that's another key component. is, do we have the
Well, until we know what it's gonna cost, yeah.
Well, I mean, the PG one is contingent upon the $350,000, and so it's, do we have those funds available for a year and in the coming year? Because I'm extremely concerned. I'm concerned about this year's budget. I'm really concerned about FY22, and that's what I continue to hear. And we don't have any idea what that's going to be like, and won't know until March or April, when the legislature finishes their work on the FY22 budget.
So Kevin, or Michael, or I guess Sam's still there, how long are these documents good for? Like, how long does KDE let this sit there without any action on it? Is there a limit, or do you know?
I've never had a project sit on the shelf for a very long time period. The documents I would imagine would be good for, at least, are you talking about the construction documents before?
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm having trouble, Kevin.
Sorry.
Ms. Edelin, do I have feedback on my phone?
No.
You sound good.
Okay, let me just, I think I can speak what Kevin was trying to speak. And if I'm wrong, Kevin, you would try to relay back and tell me what I'm saying wrong. We've never had a project that was put on a shelf after it was designed. We've never had that. I can't speak for Ross Tarrant, but I doubt that they've had one that was just put on a shelf, if you want to say that. Now, to put it off for a couple of 3 months, that's not going to cause an issue with KDE. Where you could get into issues would be if a new code was issued, if there was new rulings on the energy code, electric, HVAC, Kentucky HVC, or the International Building Code. If those things changed, then of course it would reflect back when we submit for HVC's approval, housing, building, and construction, and that could change the design documents. That's the biggest worry that I would have.
Okay. All right, I'm going to make a motion.
Yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Ms. Edelin, it is hard for me to imagine that waiting until our next meeting. It's 10:15.
So you want to postpone this for next meeting?
I think we are approaching the limits of an effective meeting, and Mr. Hawkins has requested some time, but I am just one vote.
I would agree. It's late, it's almost 10:30 tonight.
Okay, so we will, Mr. Wilson, do you have any thoughts on
I just
that?
think out of respect for everyone in the room, it's time to, we've been here 4.5 hours. Mr. Hawkins wants more time, I don't have a problem.
I didn't ask for more time, I asked that the board delay.
Okay,
Pause
well,
for several months.
however it came out, then so we delay.
Okay. If that, thank you guys. I think we have, does anybody have any more questions? So the next time we come here, we don't repeat all these questions and keep these people there this late. And I think if you do have questions in the meantime, you should feel free to reach out to them. Yeah. I will then await, any member who wants to put this on the agenda. I will not be doing it. If you want to put this on the agenda to complete, put your request in. Thank you guys so much. Do we have we have one other item, we're gonna just table that as well. It's 10:30, right?
Yep.
I don't know that we had any discussion. I just want to say, I'm sure we all do, if anybody's watching, which is doubtful, that Wednesday is our first day of school. It will be the most memorable first days of school blur for students and for teachers. They're just a big blur. This one will not blur. It will stand out. And I have no doubt, I know it's chaotic and crazy now, that our teachers will make a very good and memorable first day for our teachers and all our staff. Anything else?
Second.
Thank you for coming.